there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to session number 44 of the Isles of Iverion. It's great to have you here. No reason to dally or delay. Let's go ahead and roll the intro and get started. Now. All right, and we are back. So with that, we're going to go ahead and dive in to our session tonight. Now, as always with our sessions, I have the players do the summary as opposed to myself, just because it just makes my life so much easier, and I very much appreciate my players for doing so. So this week, our summary is done by the one, the only River. So River, whenever you're ready, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, so last session started off with Colette, an old classmate of Lila's, being a total bitch, mostly about Lila's research and then just generally. Lila stepped away from the conversation maturely to pay a barmaid to spit in Colette's next drink, as Eurydice had her friends back and tripped Colette as she tried to leave the inn, face planting and spreading blood everywhere. Lila then explained that her and Colette have been bitter rivals since the start of their kind of school career and have always been competing for top place. Something that is still very much alive, and I'm sure we'll see more of, as Colette is also on her way to Halfcrest. Later on, an oddly dressed and kind of looking woman enters the tavern. She has white eyes, black and gold clothes, and a dragon that's perched on her shoulder. As she's waiting for her room, she comes and sits with the party, kind of giving some vague facts about herself and then asking the party questions about themselves as well, especially being interested in Eurydice's amulet. And she kind of shows this woman Lucky, this woman who introduces herself as Lady Maisa. The group, though, can't get a clear vibe check. But luckily, Lila, using Detect Thoughts, prompts Yuri to be a bit more open. So she is, and Lady Maisa reveals that she was looking for the Dawnbreaker, but that, unfortunately, she thinks Eurydice isn't strong enough to handle what she kind of wants to give her, so to get in contact when she has broken Day's chains. Yuri's not too happy about this and is very frustrated, until later on, Lady Misa comes back in Eurydice's dream, revealing that she is a member of the Hidden Flame, and explaining to Eurydice that she is a reincarnation of a warrior of light who is going to fight the Dark One. But that what must have happened is that Asmodeus found out who was going to be the next reincarnation and kind of fucked around with it a bit, which isn't great. So, Lady Misa offers Eurydice her bracer that connects her to her dragon Kaida, saying that this will help Eurydice break free from Day when the time comes. A bit more lightheartedly, the group then have their girls' morning, where they have a picnic. Nalfion has a bow tie. We pick flowers, hair braiding, gossip, fun questions about bakeries and what you do with all money in the world. And it's a really nice time. Look for Kingdoms and Castles cards and take some comfort in knowing that in Halfcrest, it's a huge hotspot for Kingdoms and Castles and a huge tournament. Very exciting. Mm-hmm. Of course, this kind of lightheartedness doesn't last too long, as Asmodeus makes an appearance in Eurydice's dream, even though he promised not to for a little while, telling her that there are some servants of the Dark One nearby that are supposed to attack the inn that they're staying at pretty soon. But Asmodeus also warns that two members of the party, Lila and Twig, won't be able to handle the kind of mind tricks that these servants employ. Eurydice basically kind of tells them to fuck off, and that they are going to fight this threat together. She goes, she tells the party, they all wake up, and they all choose to go and face this threat head on, in the hope that Day wasn't being truthful for once. And that's where we are.
Okay, yeah. Exactly so. So, with that, we'll go ahead and pick up right there. As all of you, right, the party as a collective, all 5 of you, the 4 party members here, and then your NPC companion Blossom, all of you head to this camp. in this abandoned keep in an effort to find these dark friends and hope that, as you said, for once, Day wasn't being truthful, that he was just being his old self, the same person that you know, and that he's always been, lying to you. So, with that, this is where you arrive. And as you arrive, looking at this camp, this base, you can see there is a small campfire sort of blazing away within the keep itself. You can't see very much activity, if anything at all, but you can see small bits of flame and fire there. So, as all of you look down towards this keep, you can see the starry night sky that was once there begins to close. The stars covered by clouds and dark shadow. Rain begins to fall. With that, what do all of you want to do?
So, as a refresher, what was the mission exactly again? I'm so sorry.
Um, Pretty much, I think he said that these are dark friends, that we're gonna attack the inn that we're at in the morning, and they have some kind of weird tricks with people's minds, and they can look like other people. I think was what we got
Okay,
told, right?
cool. Yeah, okay. Yes, that's what I remember now too. I was just like, are we supposed to get something? I couldn't remember. Um, so where we are now, do we see like how many are here? Do we see like a room where some are gathering?
Make a perception check.
Okay. Sorry, I need to pull up D&D Beyond. I'm unprepared.
You're good. Nalf is gonna summon his echo as well, just preemptively, and already kind of drawing his weapons. Is there? I know Lila's looking around to get a numbers idea. But does it look like? So, like just like the map, is it just like an open air kind of encampment, or is there like, is that building intact?
It is partially demolished, but the thing is, the keep, this whatever small ruins of a tower or a keep, whatever it may be, is at an advantageous position. It's up on a hill, and on three sides of it, it is surrounded by what looks to be some type of river. It's not deep enough, or it's not so deep that you wouldn't be able to ford it, just like walk through it. Most of you would probably be up to your belly button, or maybe for others, maybe up to chest. It just kind of depends on where you try and traverse through the river.
Yeah.
Um,
So we're looking up at this essentially then.
yeah. So you're not at a great position to try and see things. However, Lila, with a 25, you can see that the fire is burning, and there are tents set up right there. But there's no people around the fire. There's no people in the tents as far as you can see. So if anybody's here, they have to be inside the keep as opposed to at this sort of like lookout position that's right there.
Okay, Lila will let everyone know that she thinks that camp is empty and that everyone is probably inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I get a bad feeling about this. Anyone else? Just me?
Yeah.
Alright.
no, it's creepy. If we get closer, if we think they're in the keep, I can try and use my thing to look through and see if they are in there. Then we can get a count. But I need to be closer.
That's a good idea, at least. Like, a better start than just going in blind.
I agree. Let's move
I mean,
carefully.
if we're wanting to have vision, though, if you need to get close for that, then perhaps if I'm able to get, something inside She's gonna summon her little animal companion, wild companion. Never mind. Just a little red squirrel. Just in her hands. Ooh, we could at least get vision. That's maybe a little bit of a safe distance.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
And I believe it's
Do we need to get closer for that to work, Gemma, or are we okay where we're at?
probably a little, because I can't remember the exact range. But it's 100 feet for, it's 100 feet for communication, so probably best to stay within 100 feet. I imagine that's better than Eurydice's spell, which is probably like 30 feet, I'm imagining.
Yeah, mine's 30.
Yeah.
Oof,
Yeah.
that's not
Yeah, you're
that
going to need
close.
to get considerably closer. So if you're going to want to stay concealed, I'm going to need stealth checks from everybody as well. If you're going to get closer within 100 feet,
Okay.
especially considering it's at an elevated position.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah.
Cool.
How stealthy
go
is
with-
Lila?
She's not very.
Okay, well, you get guidance.
Oh.
Woo! That's good because. All right, is that
Hey,
just a
D.
D4, right?
Yeah, just a D4, but you know. Hopefully it's gonna be enough.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Me too.
Oh yeah.
that's an
Lila.
11.
Yeah.
I have a +8.
Is it too early to use Dark One? Do you say because I got a 7.
Ooh,
Wait, I'll use it because if we get caught out here, that's gonna be real bad.
or
So I'm
is
gonna-
it? Maybe it's a good thing.
I mean, it's
What do
also
you think?
dark, so theoretically they shouldn't be able to see Twig either. So at least she's
I
fine.
will if they start looking,
Oh
I'll use
god,
Mask of the
Blossom
Wild.
got an 8 too. We are so low. Oh god.
Yeah. If they start looking, I'll use Mask of the Wild. So I got a 7.
Okay. All right. So all of you move within 100 feet.
Okay. Once we get closer, I don't know if there's like a little ledge we can kind of hunker down behind while Twig sends the squirrel out.
Yeah, there are some larger rocks, decayed trees that have kind of fallen over. You could easily hide behind.
Okay, then we will. Nuff will kind of probably be the first one to get there, the quietest. We'll just kind of usher everyone over and kind of signal for them to lay low and give Twig the go ahead with the squirrel. I didn't like that sound.
Okay, so Twig, you
So I
use
guess-
the spirit companion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which essentially is just to find familiar, just only for an hour and without material components. And so, yeah, she'll just ask for the little squirrel to just pop in probably through a crack or a window, whatever's there.
Mhm.
And just kind of scamper around, just get a track of numbers.
Yeah.
And maybe a general armoredness of them.
Yeah, so as the red squirrel enters the keep, it seems like most of the rooms or areas have been torn down. There's a lot of rubble in a lot of different places. There are some stairs that lead upward to what looks to be a much more advantageous position. Very easy to look down and see everything around you, and even from this towered position, the squirrel being up there, you can see sort of the sort of bright white of Nalthian's hair sticking out from behind a rock or a log. And even Blossom with her bright pinks and greens, you can see those as well. And of course Lila's pinks as well. So you can see that fairly easily from that advantageous position. But in terms of people, all you find are what looks to be 8 corpses. Scattered throughout, wounds covering their bodies. Sickly colored skin, this sort of pale green. They almost look like they've been drowned. One thing you do see, the
Sound of light.
last thing, is in the very middle of this keep, sort of surrounding where those 8 bodies are, you can see there is some type of large wooden trapdoor that maybe was hidden by a bed or something, a table at one point in time, but is much too heavy for your squirrel to open.
Any cracks it could perceivably look through, or
No, it is like solid on
Okay.
on the ground. Also, thank you, Onion, for the host. It's very kind of you.
okay. Well, probably just scamper around a little bit more just in case there's anything that was missed, but otherwise just doesn't really need to, but it can just come back. It's chill with Twig, I guess. 'Cause it's there for an hour, so
Okay. All right. Heads back with the rest of you.
there isn't anyone in there. There's a few dead people, but I don't know. It's not like they've set up camp in there or anything. This might be down a trapdoor, but I don't understand why they'd hide themselves away like that, especially if there is the chance of people coming across them.
Honestly, I think the only way we're gonna find out is if we move closer.
Well, I can say that there's at least no one in the fort itself, and so if Eurydice you're still able to do that thing, then maybe we can at least get eyes on what's behind that trapdoor.
Yeah, I think at least there's no one in there. We can move up a bit easier and then just look through a trapdoor and there are probably people down there.
Just keep your wits about you, because this has trap written all over it.
Yeah.
Now who will lead the way in?
Okay. Alrighty.
Both of hims.
Both of them. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So with that, all 5 of you, I guess 6 technically because of Echo now, all 6 of you begin to make your way up the hill and in past the small camp, the fire blazing, tents set up towards the keep. This one part of the wall that has fallen down that you can easily traverse through to get in, the same way that the squirrel got in. So were you guys making your way to the trapdoor?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So you make your way up and over until eventually you arrive in the same area where the squirrel was. You can see the large wooden trapdoor, and you can see those 8 corpses just sort of laying around the room.
It seemed random in how they laid around the room, or does it seem purposeful in some way?
Make an investigation check.
Okay. Does this be creepy? I can't roll today. 12.
12. Okay. No, it doesn't seem intentional. At least they're not like, it's not like a perfect circle around the door. It's pretty scattered, and almost as far as you can tell, maybe these were bandits that were in this keep that were killed by whatever dark friends were here. You're not exactly sure. But
Okay.
oh.
Joe, I don't have the thing up, but what is turn undead? Does anyone know that? Because it's like a feature. It's not like a spell that I have, so I don't know if I can Google it if no one knows, but
No, here it is. So pretty much it's like any undead within, I think it's 30 feet, needs to make a wisdom saving throw or be considered. Yeah. As an action, you present your holy symbol and speak a prayer censuring the undead. Each undead that you can see or hear, that can see or hear you within 30 feet, must make a wisdom saving throw. If the creature fails,
Okay.
it is turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. A turned creature must make its turn, moving as far away from you, and it can't willingly move within a space within 30 feet of you. Also can't take reactions.
cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. So if we can't see anything, do you want me to just look through the trapdoor and see if there's anything down there?
Doesn't hurt.
Okay. So I will use ghostly gaze and see through solid objects with dark vision, range of 30 feet for 1 minute.
And while she's doing that, I would like to inspect one of the corpses. How dead is it?
Yeah, go ahead and make a. Are you trying to like get an idea of decay or like looking for things on it?
More like how it died and length of death. She's not really
Okay.
trying to find items
Give me the
necessarily.
loot. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a medicine check.
Cool. Oh fuck. Okay, well 7.
7. Okay. Yeah, it's very, very, very odd. You're not exactly sure. It is. The corpses are in a weird spot because the cuts and wounds on them, as you're looking at them very closely, they are superficial almost. Like maybe a cut you would get from, training, and somebody accidentally hits you a little too hard with a blunted blade. The skin is that pale, 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 sickly green color. And the thing that you notice getting low enough to really investigate, and this is the thing that bugs you the most, is from on any of their faces, specifically the one that you're looking at, but on the one you're looking at, from the top of the forehead, right where the hairline is, all the way to about the base of the neck, there is this just thin seam, which almost at first you mistake for maybe being just a stray hair. But as you feel it just very lightly, it is like it's something there. It's something that's splitting the two halves. And as you're looking closer, just trying to get to the bottom of what this is, you're ready to see, as you use that sight to see, there's nothing underneath the trapdoor. It's just more stone.
Fuck.
And as you go to turn to say that, Lila, as you are kneeling down, looking at it, sort of looking at that seam from that hairline to the base of the neck, curiosity gets the best of you as you lean a little too close. And in a flash, faster than any of you can react, those seams open up, the face splitting in half, and there is this puff of smoke directly at each one of your faces. And then as all of you sort of very woozy begin to feel yourself fall and crash, you can feel something lurch at you. And as all of your eyes sort of waver and blink, you shake your head, and Nalfian, you rub your eyes and cough a little, and you look around, and you're still in the keep. None of the corpses are there. None of your friends are there. But you can hear this sound, this spinning of a web. And you can hear a woman say, "There you are, my boy. Finally found you, I have." With a curt smile on her face. Lila, you wake up. Not in the keep. In a classroom. Empty chairs all around you, some of them broken, some tables snapped in half. And you can see a man writing on a board with chalk. You can see your dad. Twig, as you open your eyes, you're in Sandpoint. A warm fire blazing in the corner. You can hear two men down the hallway laughing. You know those two laughs. It's Brandon and Nalfian, laughing, walking towards the Great Hall. Yuri, as you breathe in and open your eyes, you're in a small cottage. The memories flood in. You're near Wheat Hill. You smile, you can hear a woman humming. You can hear the sizzle of meat on a hot skillet. The smell of fresh cooked bread. You're home. You know that voice. And as the woman curls around the corner, you see your stomach drops for a second. You see your mom. She's not smiling at you. There's a look of annoyance twisted on her face. Nalfian, as I said before, as you woke up after that puff of smoke hit your face, you felt something lunge at you, and then as you woke up, you opened your eyes. None of your friends were there. None of the corpses were there. You were in the keep still. And you heard what sounded like the whizzing of a web. And then you could hear a woman's voice say, "Well, well, looks like I've already found you, my boy." As you can see, stepping forward from the shadows as webs begin to cover the entirety of the area. You can feel them stick to your hands as you try and move, but you're frozen in place. You can see Mother Malice Baynir begin to step forward. "So, my boy, this is what you've chosen to do with your time, is it?"
Are we frozen to where we can't speak? Or...
No, you can speak.
Okay. I super apologize. I'm kind of like
okay.
piecing this together.
That's okay. No, anything that you missed, I repeated right then and there.
Okay, cool. Oh, God.
Yeah, so that was all you missed.
Yeah. Do I know what is happening in front of me is real or not?
No, you don't know. What
Okay,
was there before is just an echo in your memory. You still know your friends, but
I can't move.
No, you were stuck with webs. So right now you are just kind of like tied down in place, but you can still speak.
Okay. If that's the case, Nalfian is like fighting with every fiber of his being to reach for his sword.
Mm-hmm.
Like thrashing as much as he can. And he's just gonna say, "I'm going to fucking kill you. Nothing is going to stop me from fucking killing you."
Oh, is it? Nothing? As you can see, she begins to pull her hand down, and propelled from the ceiling, wrapped up in thick, dark webbing, you can see a small form. You can see Twig, propelled from the ceiling. You can see then she pretty much pulls from the shadow and the darkness a dagger. and holds it up to Twig's throat. Are you? Or are you going to do what I tell you to do? See, I thought I raised you to be stronger, but no. I take away one daughter and one lover. You find another daughter. Oh, and pulling down her other hand, Eurydice. Not yet a lover, but... Who knows? Maybe
Just
one
stop.
day.
Stop.
Oh?
Please. Leave them alone. This has nothing to do with either of them.
It doesn't.
So I know your fucking games. I know your fucking games.
Well, if you know them, why don't I just cut to the end? And she'll pull back
Stop.
Eurydice's head and just as just blood begins to pour from her neck. Oh, there's one. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Isn't that sad? Are you angry? Or are you just going to snivel and cry like you did back home? I thought I raised a fighter.
What do you want from me?
If you haven't learned by now, you really are the dumbest of your brothers.
I cannot fucking wait to the day that I get my fucking hands on you. You raised me so fucking well. And you're gonna just see how well. Just take me instead. Don't touch her. You can see his eyes like glance over to Twig.
Oh, she means something to you?
You can see there's like already tears just kind of like streaming from his face.
All right. Okay. I'll take you instead. Actually, no, sorry. I've changed my mind. And in one quick flash, again, whoosh.
I still can't move.
No. You can feel, though, something strange about this person claiming to be your mother. Malice would never get rid of a pawn too soon if she knows that it could be used to manipulate somebody. This is ammunition against you that she's just throwing away.
Okay. I think the initial shock of seeing first Eurydice and then Twig, it does. I mean, his heart is literally shattering, but as soon as he would feel that, in the back of his mind, he would just kind of instantly kind of like suck in a big, deep breath of air, and the tears are gonna just stop. And he's gonna just look her dead in the eyes. He's just gonna start laughing. He's just, You know, you fucking nearly had me. Because, as fucked up as that was, you see, one thing I know about my fucking mom is that this is too easy.
You can feel the webbing begin to break loose on your arms.
Suffering is what she fucking thrives on. This is pain in an instant. No, she needs years of crippling suffering and pain that eats away at you. This is mercy killing is what this is. This isn't fucking real.
You can feel all the webbing break free.
He's immediately reaching for his sword and cutting at whatever this thing is.
Okay, yeah. As you go to reach for the sword, you can see that Malice, she doesn't throw her hands up. Instead, you can see the form just shift until it is shadow in its entirety, consuming the room. 2 small bouts of fiery flame shouting down at you. No! You will put that blade down if you know what's good for you. But with no threat.
Yeah, no, Nalfian is not stopping.
Okay, yeah. You step forward and you slash and cut into it. And you can see, cutting through shadow, blood begins to pour. Human blood. You can feel this tightness on your face, this piercing feeling around your forehead and jaw and chin. As the dream...
Can I pull it off?
As the nightmare begins to fade, and we'll come back to you in a second. Eurydice, sitting in your home. It's warm and cozy, comfortable. But you see your mother turn around the corner with a look of shame and disgust on her face. So, after everything that you did to your father and I, this is the best that you could do? You know what? Thank you, Eurydice. Thank you for relieving me of my life so I wouldn't have to live with being your mother.
I'm sorry? I was just trying to get you back. I didn't mean to do all that stuff. I was just trying to get you back, and I was trying to make it better.
Let me spell this out for you very clearly, Eurydice. I don't want to come back. I don't want to see you ever again. You're a disappointment to me, to your father, to everyone around you. A disappointment.
I know. I'm just... I didn't mean to be. I can make it better. I can work on it, and it can be better, and then you can come back and it'll be better.
No.
Please, I'm sorry.
No, I'm telling you no. Just like Nalfian told you no. Because all of us think that you are worthless. And Eurydice, you have a odd moment there. Well, yeah, Nalfian at one point did tell you no, but just a few days ago, he showed the opposite. He showed that he did care for you. And he didn't push you away. You've seen your mother before, very briefly in that mirror. You saw the look she gave you, the woman that was really her. This, you know deep down this is not really her.
He said no, but that was a while ago, and then it's not like that anymore. And you said it wasn't my fault. You said it was okay. And you didn't look at me like this. This isn't...
are shameful to all of us. You are weak, and you allow yourself to be manipulated.
It's not true. I know that's not true. I fight it. I told him to go. I told him that he was wrong. I'm not letting him manipulate. You're wrong. I'm not shameful. You wouldn't say this. This isn't right.
And you can see the eyes sort of dart back and forth from you to the walls, to the corners, as you can see fire immediately begin to erupt around her. As subsiding from the flame and shadow, you can see day. As he smiles at you. That was close. You almost disappointed me again. But you did it this time. And now all you need to do is take that dagger. Step out that door and kill all of those dark friends. And it'll be over. Go on and be what I always wanted you to be.
I'm not what you want me to be. That's not right. I am who I am, not what you want, not what someone else wants. And if that wasn't real, how do I know you're real? Nothing you say to me is real.
Fine. If you don't believe me, then I will destroy you and I will destroy all of your friends. Is that what you want? To be the reason they die?
You're not going to.
You can see the flames all around Day begin to shrink. A coolness begin to come to him. That bright white hot and red flame begin to subside to yellows and blues. Eurydice, you can feel Lucky apparate into your hand. That opal dagger. No, you can't have that here.
Apparently, I can. And I step forward and I stab him.
Okay. As you stab, you can feel this hissing of flame and then this spurt of blood. As you can feel this tightness around your cheeks loosen. Small pincers removing from your face. You're going to see as you rip and peel and tear and throw something off of your face, you shake your eyes and you open them and you're in the keep. You can see Nalthian do the exact same thing and Blossom do the exact same thing as well. All three of you sort of rubbing your eyes, feeling your faces as there's currently blood pouring down your face as all three of you, so you two and Blossom, have failed one death saving throw. You're still at full hit points when you arrived, but you failed one death saving throw. And you can see Twig and Lila both convulsing in pain. Three of you were there, but we'll come back to you in just a second. All right, so the three of you were out, but those two are still trapped. Lila, in this decrepit room, the College of Hearthcrest, you sit. You see a book in front of you, a journal, meant to take notes, currently empty. Your father prattling on and on and on about some high, complex, magical conundrum. He's been talking for the past 3.5 hours. And you just haven't clicked with any of it. Eventually he finishes writing on the board and says, "All right. There we go. Let's check your notes." He smiles at you, sets the chalk on the board. Come on, bring him up.
She's gonna look around the classroom. Where is everyone?
You're the one who asked for help. You wanted some private tutoring time. I'm just here to help, Lila. Come on, now show me your notes.
And the notes are completely blank.
Yeah, nothing.
I didn't get any.
What?
There's none. I don't have any.
So you didn't even try? You asked for this. You wanted help. And then you didn't even try?
I'm sorry, I guess I...
Do you know how busy I am? I did this as a courtesy to you and your mother. And then this is what you do?
Mom.
You waste my time?
Well, if it's such a big deal, then don't help me. I'll figure it out on my own.
No, you won't. No, you know, your great-great-grandparent, they never had problems like this. Everything was a breeze to them. So here's what you're going to do. We're going to go through it again, and this time you're going to take notes. And you're going to try.
And I don't have any memory of, like, the transition. There's, like, nothing.
No.
Like, okay. Fine. All right, start over. I guess, you know, since I know you're actually starting this time, I won't miss anything.
All right. Cute. And he's going to pick up the eraser and he's going to prestidigitate and erase the board, and he's going to start again. And you sit through another 3 hours. And you write down a few things, but you can see anytime you write something, you just erase it. You look up and you write and erase and write and erase and write and erase. Until he says, "All right, there we go. Second time's a charm. Did it get through that thick skull of yours? And he begins to walk over as you sit there with an empty journal with no notes. Just as I thought. Was I not clear enough in my starting this time? Or are you finally willing to admit that you're not good enough to be my daughter, you're not good enough for this family, and you're not good enough for the gifts that you were given?
Maybe I don't care about this. Maybe my interests lie elsewhere. Have you ever thought about asking me that?
It doesn't matter what you're interested in, Lila. It matters what's best for this family. And if you don't care about that, then you know what? I think that there's a professor who can better suit your interests. Professor Finch, I think it's best you take it from here. You can see him walk away.
No, Dad.
No, I'm
Dad!
done. I'm done with you. Hopefully he'll be able to get something through to you. I knew I went too easy on you with Professor Ilonre. He's been dealt with. Won't have to worry about him infecting the minds of any of our other students. Professor Finch,
Can I insight the dealt with line?
No insight check necessary. You can tell there is... Your father's been fairly secretive with many things in his life, and this is something that you can assume that there is a lot of contempt in his voice, and a man as powerful as he is dealt with in this scenario, considering what he believes Ilonre did to you, probably is not just fired or put on sabbatical.
But do I believe that my dad would do something like that?
Oh, that I'll need you to make an insight check.
Yeah, that's more what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 14?
14? Your dad's angry enough right now. He could be willing to do anything.
Jeez.
And he walks away, leaving you alone in this room as Professor Finch walks in. If you don't mind, Lila, I'd like to cut the silly voices, the act, now that we both know who I am.
Fine with me, and she crosses her arms.
So, complex magics is what you struggle with? Your father asked me to help you. It's very kind of him.
I don't. He just... We don't connect. Not that you would get that anyway.
Let's see, what are you studying? High-level necromancy. It's an interesting choice.
Sure, it's where your interests lie.
You're correct. How about an example before we continue any further? I find it's best with my students that showing them the true powers that lie within the school of magic is the best way to inspire interest. Of course, I'm sure that most students are aware of the abilities of create undead, right? As he snaps his fingers, and there's this sort of flash of energy as there is a small table with a cloth over it, with a body. You can see the cloth stained in red in a few different places.
So with create undead, we're able to spark life into a corpse. That at any other time would not be possible. But we're not returning the soul to the body, you see. We are creating false life that is obedient to every word.
Why would you want me to know this?
So that
How
way you
would
know
that benefit you?
what I'm capable of. And you can see the cloth ripped off. As you can see what you assumed would have been Professor Alonre, but is not. It's Belle. Yes.
She's going to scream and start crying as she runs up to the body.
Yes. Well, do not be so sad. You'll be with your sister again soon. And he's going to snap
Fuck
his
you.
fingers. And you can see the veins all around her neck and eyes begin to glow this dull green as she returns with a raspy breath of life. A walking corpse. She just looks to you. Dead eyes. So you see, it's simple, and of course this corpse is entirely obedient to me. What should I tell her to do, Lila? Attack you? Attack me?
Well, if you've had your fun, you can just let her go. I don't want to see her like this.
Ah, yes, which brings me to your final lesson of the day. See, there was a wizard many thousands of years ago, Abidalzam. See, Abidalzam perfected the ability to remove moisture from a living creature. You see, let me show you a small effect. And he snaps and summons a plant next to him. And you can see him sort of twist his hand and crush as all of the moisture is just robbed and stolen, as it just wilts to a crisp, as if it was caught in a fire. Truly impressive. What I want you to see is what happens to a human body, and is going to cast Hold Person on you as you just freeze in place. Pushes the table out of the way. This just wilting corpse of your sister as he just moves towards and begins to twist and crush. And on that note, Lila, we're going to move from you to Twig. Twig, you sit in the halls of Sandpoint, the Lord's Manor. You look around and you can hear Nalfian and Brandon down the hallway, smiling and laughing with one another, enjoying each other's company. You can hear Nalfian say, No. You have to be kidding. There's no way after we were gone that happened. No. And you can hear Brandon respond, No, I'm being serious. It really did. You would not believe. No, when I tell you the way that she looked when it happened, it was just... And they both laugh, and as they walk in, the two of them look at you, and the smiles vanish. And you can see Brandon say, Sorry, I didn't know you were here. Nalfian, I'll see you later. I have things I need to attend to. And Nalfian looks to him and says, Oh, yeah, thanks for leaving me with her. You see Nalfian just kind of look at you with contempt. So, Twig, little bird, How's it going? Guess since I have to hang
Cool.
out with you now, what's up?
What were you two talking about?
Doesn't matter. We were just having fun, that's all.
Okay. I mean, if you don't want to be here, then you can leave.
Oh my. Could you stop stuttering, please? Just think about what you need to say and then say it.
I'm sorry.
Just think first and then speak. God.
But I am thinking.
Oh, what, are you gonna cry?
Why are you being like this?
Why am I being like this? Have you ever thought about the way that you act around people? And you have the audacity to ask me why I act like this?
What do you mean? Have I done something wrong?
God, what haven't you done? Grace.
Don't call me that.
Oh. When are you gonna get angry now? It's your name. Just like mine. Gotta be proud of your name. Nalfian Baynir. Pleasure is all yours.
I thought you didn't want to have that as your name anymore.
What, you think I'd rather be a forester? No. I did that because I wanted power. How'd that work out for me? You failed taking back your home, just like you fail at everything else. Now I know why Eurydice left. Couldn't stand the sight of you anymore.
I mean, do I have any recollection of what happened then, I guess, with Hasram's Hollow?
No, all you have is this feeling of failure deep within your stomach.
But could we not try again?
What point is there to try when you're just gonna fail again? Same reason why your mom pawned you off to Aunt Beth. Same reason why Aunt Beth pawned you off to us, and then where's Aunt Beth now, huh? Gone. Now Brandon has to take care of you.
She didn't leave because of that, though. She wanted to see things, to travel places.
Adults lie, Twig, when they don't want to hurt the feelings of little kids. But you know what? I'm tired of it. Protected your feelings for too goddamn long, and I'm tired of it. You know what?
Why?
I think it's best if
Why are
you
you being
just...
so mean? You're never this mean. You've never been mean.
Then I guess you don't really know who I am then. You never did, kid. And you know what? You might wake up from all of this and it was just a nightmare. But deep down, I'm still that same mean drow. All those months and weeks ago. I'm still the son of Malice Baynir. And one day real soon, kid, I'm gonna hurt you like you've never imagined. And at that moment, coming back to reality, Blossom, Eurydice and Nalfian, you immediately lunge towards Lila and Twig. You can see both of them sort of writhing and these muffled screams coming out from underneath them. These creatures aren't hard to kill. There are a few that are still alive, just sort of wandering around, their faces split halfway open to show these, like, just hanging sickness on the inside of them. As you immediately run towards them with a slash of a dagger, a sword, the bash of a shield, they immediately fall and crumple. Nalfian and Eurydice move towards, all three of you move towards whoever, running towards them, and you cut the throats of the things as immediately those suction cups undo. And you shake your head and breathe. As Twig, you come back, you can see you're face to face with Eurydice and with Eurydice and Nalfian and Blossom, same as you, Lila, eventually cutting the creature as well, face to face with the other three as well. All of you have these, like, hundreds of sharp incisions around your face where these things had just latched onto you. But there are no more left.
Are there... Oh, okay.
There were 8 when you got here, and there were 5 that attached to you, and there were 3 that were just wandering, but you were able to kill the 3 of them, Nalfian, Eurydice, and Blossom. But all of the creatures now are seemingly dealt with, as you all are left alone in this place.
Nalfian is immediately grabbing Twig and Eurydice and just pulling them into a hug. He's not going to say anything at all, because I don't think he can even look at them right now, but just holding on to them.
Yeah, when he does that, Twig's just gonna kind of jolt and just stay stiff for the whole duration.
Yuri will hug him, but she'll also kind of then reach out towards Lila and Blossom. Are you two okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Yeah.
Blossom?
I'm fine. It was nothing. We can talk about it later if we really need to, but all that matters now is that we're here. And
No, I don't think we need to talk about it at all. I think we need to leave. Or whatever else is here, we need to kill it, and then we need to leave.
This was a trap. This was... What do we even do about this now? Was this all that was here? Is there more? What was this?
Bullshit. That's what it was. And now I'm just gonna, like, look around to see if there's anything else in this place.
Yeah, make an investigation check.
I haven't... yeah, no. Just straight 10.
10. As far as you can see, there is no symbols, no paper. You investigate the bodies. There's nothing that would give you any indication of an organization, but one thing that I think Nalfian and the rest of the party, to a degree, you would be able to pretty easily understand that these were not just Dark Friends. Dark Friends are typically just humanoids who still look and sound and talk like humanoids that serve the Dark One. And then there are Shadow Spawn, which are creatures that are created in part with the Dark One and other magics that have an ability to influence people, and they are typically grotesque and strange. These things here, you can definitely gather. These are creations of the Dark One. This type of painful manipulation, and one thing that I will say is the creatures that were on top of Twig and Lila were, like, feeding off of them. So they were getting larger by the time you got to them, sort of feeding off that pain and anguish and anger that they were feeling. And Twig and Lila, it should be said that both of you have 2 failed death saving throws.
No.
That's rough, buddy.
These little things, do they look like they could get over a decent amount of distance? Like moving on their own?
Like, is there anything that's moving? Because we walked to them.
Like, could they have actually done the attack, or was that just all a fucking ploy?
Oh no, they could definitely move. Yeah, because the ones
Right.
that was just as a ploy, as a decoy, since they were able to see you coming.
Right.
They can definitely move because the ones that were there that weren't attacking any one of the 5 of you had gotten up and started moving at that point. So probably normal human speed. They were a little bit more lithe, a little bit more dexterous. So, I mean, as far as you could tell, they probably would have no problem clinging to shadow if they chose to.
Right.
But it is worth noting that Twig and Lila did have a harder time, and without the help of you 3, who knows if they would have been able to remove those creatures from them.
Okay. I'm sorry. He was... The one fucking time he was serious.
Why are you apologizing?
He said that we shouldn't bring you.
We made the decision to come.
She's right. We'd made the decision together.
Right, let's leave.
This is not your fault.
Let's just go. There's nothing... We've killed it now, let's go.
Yeah.
Lila's gonna, I don't know how Twig's looking, but since they were like the 2 that were like the most affected, I think Lila's gonna take Twig's hand just to be like, I got you, girl. You'll be okay.
Yeah, she definitely would take it. She's got a lot of thinking going through her head, and so she's just looking down at the ground.
No points of exhaustion. You didn't go down. You just have those failed death saving throws. Okay. All right. So with that, all of you then make your way from the keep back to the Great Wheel Inn.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So obviously, as night has fallen, eventually those wispy, shadowy clouds break. And there's a clear night sky again as you all arrive at the Great Wheel Inn. You get your rooms for the night, and you head to sleep. 2 rooms for the one night is 2 silver pieces.
Yuri will just throw it down on the counter.
I don't think Nalfin would be able to sleep very well. So he'd probably just kind of stay up and watch over Eurydice and Twig for a long time until he physically needed to go into
His trance.
meditation. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But then eventually, I mean, he doesn't really have a choice.
Okay. Yeah, you go into your trance, and at that point, it's probably to the point where Eurydice, Nalfian, Lila, and Twig and Blossom all wake up at the same time for once, as opposed to like having those 4 hours of precursor.
Yeah.
But as all of you head to sleep, there are no nightmares, no dreams. You have time to reflect and process what happened. You aren't leaving the Great Wheel Inn until the mid-afternoon, just because that's how late you were out and eventually how much time it took you to get back. So you do have a little bit of catching up of sleep to do. But with that, Eurydice, as you wake up, you know that there is one more stop before you get to Wheat Hill, and that is the village of Midglen. So, on that note, knowing that you only have one more night before you arrive in Wheat Hill, we're going to take a break there, just because I think that's the best stopping point for right now. But yeah, so thank you all so much for tuning in. This is great. Love that.
Came back as we took a break.
Yeah. Yeah. I need to use the restroom as well, so it just works out, and get some more water. But yeah,
Also, figured it'd be nice to give everybody here a brief moment to go and collect their
Yeah.
Yeah,
thoughts.
man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It doesn't help that I got a phone call right as everything started to happen. And this
Yeah.
guy would not let me get off the phone, so I was just infuriated. And then I come back to that.
Oh.
Yeah, so you're frustrated, and then, if anything, it helped add to the whole moment for Nelfian because you were
I-
already angry. All right, well, we're gonna
What happened as I left? Anyway, we take the break.
Oh yeah, you guys just got to the Great Wheel Inn, you rested, and then you headed out. That's all.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Already on our way.
Yeah, all right, yeah. Okay, all right, we'll be back. Thanks for watching. We'll be back in 5. Hello, everybody, and we are back. Welcome. Welcome. Let's go ahead and dive right back in. No need to delay. So, picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers had, needless to say, a little bit of a rough time. I want to go back to Girls' Day. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? So, our group of adventurers had a little bit of a rough time at the end of the, right before the break. They had been given word by Eurydice's patron, Day, who now the party knows to be Osmodeus, the tyrant king of the 9 hells. He had given Eurydice information about a group of what he called dark friends. These things that were near the inn that they were staying at that was going to come and attack them that night if they didn't go out to try and stop them. But Day was very explicit in his instructions. He said, do not take Lila or Twig with you because they're too weak-willed. Now, Eurydice, in this moment, saying, you know what, no, pretty much fuck you, I'm going to do what I want to do. And what I think is right. I'm not going to separate myself because I feel like that would be a great way to get more people hurt. So, the group decides together, collectively, that they're going to go as a group to do this. Now, when they arrive in the keep, they find our corpses, they find a trapdoor, and when they go to open the trapdoor, look through it, there's nothing underneath. It is just stone, a decoy. At that moment, these corpses that are on the ground, they heave smoke, blowing them into the faces of the party, and then latching onto their faces, literally like beginning to consume like face huggers almost, and then just from there starting to harvest memories and thoughts to use them as ammunition against you. Now, Eurydice and Nalthian and Blossom were able to break free of those bonds. They were able to recognize the faults and inconsistencies and break free, knowing that what was happening in front of them wasn't real. Lila and Twig still having more of a hard time, letting their emotions take over. Eventually, they were helped, they were freed by the rest of the party, and all of the party members had an agreement in that moment to not discuss anything that had happened to them, to get some rest, and to continue on to their journey to Wheat Hill. And all of them deep down know that the closer they get to Wheat Hill, the stronger the influence of the Dark One is going to be. So, with that, all of you in the Great Wheel Inn, you begin to pick through your things, you gather up all your supplies, you get your mounts from the stable, and unless there's anything else you want to do here, you can begin your day of travel to the village of Midglen. Is there anything you want to do in the morning? Or I guess it's like 11 a.m. just because you got to bed so late. You can, in order to get that full 8 hours, you have to stay a little bit later in the afternoon.
Yuri's not got anything.
Nav has a few things to do.
Okay, yeah.
Lily wants to talk to literally everybody independently. Sure. I think he's gonna go up to probably Lila first in the morning. And he's just going to. How does she look today?
I mean, the pink is still coming back. Knowing that it was just a nightmare is fine, kind of thing. You know, it's one of those things where like waking up from the nightmare, you felt sick to your stomach. It felt very real, but it is a nightmare. So she's all right, definitely bothered, but she's not like turning a different color of sad or anything. So she's okay.
Yeah. Nalfin is just gonna kind of walk up to her and just say, "Hey, I know this may not be exactly what you signed up for, but you handled all of that really well.
Oh,
And I'm
thanks.
glad you're all right."
Thank you. I'm glad everyone's okay. And no, definitely not something I signed up for, but I'm here and I'm gonna help. Even if it's terrible.
Yeah, well, 75% of it is pretty fucking terrible. But
Right.
I just wanted to say, I had my doubts in the beginning. Simply because of the shit that we see, and the shit that we deal with. But if you could handle something like that, hell, what we've been through the past few days, then I think you can handle just about anything. And I just wanted to let you know that I am glad that you are with us.
Thank you.
And you're welcome. You're gonna do just fine. You are much tougher than I think you think. And I'll give her like a nice smile.
Thank you. Yeah. I know there's gonna be times where each of us have our weaknesses in different moments and everything. So regardless, I'm glad we're all gonna be there for each other and have each other's backs. So thank you. I really, really appreciate what you said.
And you're welcome. I just also wanted to thank you for the way that you treat Twig and get her included in things, and you and Eurydice, and the girls' day thing was, I will admit, it was pretty fun. And I think she needs more stuff like that. So, thank you for being that kind of influence in her life. I don't know, I'm not very good at this.
Yeah, you're doing great. Yeah, she's wonderful. I mean, everyone in this group is really, really wonderful. You guys have such a great chemistry. It's been really easy to get along with all of you. And Twig especially, I can just see how the ways that she's going to grow and glow. I'm very excited about it. So I'm happy. I'm happy too. You know.
I think it's good that she has you and Eurydice, especially right now. But I will let you finish getting stuff together and see you in a few then.
It's also really good that she has you, both of them. But thank you.
You can see he does smile at that. I don't know, he's still conflicted on if he's doing a good job or not, but he does appreciate it, and he'll kind of let you finish your little morning routine there. And then he'll go find Eurydice.
Okay, all right.
I don't know what she's doing this morning.
What is Eurydice doing this morning?
She is not talking to anyone. She doesn't even have Lucky with her right now. She's just looking at the tome, I think.
Yeah.
Which she hasn't looked at for a while. But yeah.
Then Nalfine is just going to come up from behind her and just give her a really big hug and just hold on to her for a little bit.
She won't say anything, but she'll kind of just lean into it for a bit, and then eventually she'll say, "What do you want?"
Stop blaming yourself. I can see that look in your eyes.
Really hard to not blame myself when it's a bit my fault.
Like I said last night, we made that choice as a group, and look, we all came out the other side. If not a little bit stronger for it. He said that they couldn't do it, and they did it.
It was barely, though. Imagine if we hadn't got out quick enough. And then they'd both be dead. I should have maybe listened the one time that I decide to quite literally tell Asmodeus to fuck off. It's the time I should have listened. And it was a trap. It was obviously a trap.
You told him to fuck off? Eurydice, you made the right call. We did get out in time. Whatever you saw, it was bullshit. It was a game, it was a mind trick, it was designed to make you question everything that we've done, everything that you know. You didn't let him win. And because of that, you helped save Lila and Twig. This wasn't a loss by any means. We're probably gonna feel the effects for a few days. I know I didn't sleep well, but we're on the other side of it now. Alright?
Yeah. But I mean, some of it was easier to tell that it wasn't real, and some of it I'm still not sure. I can't. I don't know. Some of it was weird, and I can't tell, and.
I can promise you none of it was real.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Stop thinking so hard. And he's gonna just, like, punch you in the shoulder.
Ow! I've got to think for the both of us.
Yeah, remember how we said not to be stupid? We're doing great at that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, I think we're doing amazing. And she's gonna hug him instead.
Yeah, he'll give her a hug back. Alright, I'm gonna go make sure Twig is alright. Do you need anything?
A rest day? Not really, but I guess a bit of not demons and devils and dark ones. But yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'll go and get ready to leave.
I'll just smile and give her a little squeeze, and then go and find Twig.
Okay. Very good. What is
Where be
Twig
Twig
doing
today?
on this morning?
Twig will just, in one hand, she's got the same little red squirrel just kind of patting it in her lap. And then in the other, she's just writing out just the same little symbol over and over and over again, like on her little sticky note thing. And just, just very much just headspace bubble working on that.
Nalf will kind of just sit down on the ground, I guess, next to her.
Probably doesn't even
What does
notice.
that one mean? Whole point. What does that one mean?
This one means steadfast.
Steadfast. It's good. We'll need that, right?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Insight check?
Make an
Is it
insight check.
even needed?
Yeah, it's like I was like,
Is it needed? I mean, I rolled a 15. I got none to insight.
What does Nalfian see, Twig, when he insights?
I mean, as soon as Twig noticed that, obviously Napian had sat down and started asking her about things, there was just another, like, bout of stiffness, like, almost the same as, there was the previous evening. She hasn't taken her minds off the paper. She's kind of half stopped writing, like, her pen's still to the paper, like, probably in, like, the same, like, stroke as it was when he started talking. But she's still just looking down at it, and her hand that's on her little red squirrel has just stopped as well.
Alright, I said I didn't want to do this, but if you want to talk about it, we can talk about it.
We don't need to talk about it.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Hey, look at me. And he's gonna, like, kind of gently nudge her in the shoulder.
Slowly look up.
Whatever you saw, it wasn't real. You know that, right?
I know that. I know it wasn't real. Did you want something, or I feel like we should be. I feel like we should be going, right?
Um. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I want you to know that I love you very much. And I honestly don't know what I would do if anything ever happened to you. That's all.
Well, nothing's gonna happen, right? So it's okay.
Yeah. Alright. Then yeah, we should be going. And he'll just kind of stand up and offer his hand.
She'll just be collecting little bits of paper and whatever that she's had, and we'll get up without Now's hand. Kind of just like making it seem like she's occupied, between the squirrel and a little sticky note. It's like, oh, what a shame. Like,
Yeah, he'll just
she's
die
very
inside,
much
it's fine.
just, yeah.
Yeah,
She's
he will
just
just
making it look like she's busy, but you could very
Uh-huh.
much tell that, yeah.
Yeah, he won't say anything and just die a little inside, and walk after she's done cleaning up. He'll wait and just walk behind her.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Joe.
This has nothing to do with me. Okay. So with that, is there anything else?
That's all I had.
I'm a good.
Okay.
We're all just being depressed. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that, as all of you gather your things, you gather your mounts. Now, here's the thing: you still only have 3 horses. So,
I mean, Delphine is gonna offer for Twig to ride with him, but he's not gonna force her.
Yeah, Twig still will, but I imagine mainly on the ride should be a lot more quiet than normal.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he's not gonna push it right now. He knows what
Yuri,
happens
I
if you
think-
push it too hard.
Yuri's gonna be weirdly quiet for how much her and Lila usually gossip when they're like just on horses. Yeah.
Right. Sounds good. So all of you ride on, continuing your journey to Wheat Hill. As I said before, only one more stop at the village of Medglen, where you'll be stopping at the Great Stag Inn. And then after that, you will have only one more day of travel to Wheat Hill. So, you ride on. Now, I know that you guys said that you were going to be pretty quiet, but obviously this is a long, long, long journey, where you're going to be on the road for about 8 or 9 hours.
So did you have anything that you would have talked about over those 8 or 9 hours, or is this a pretty quiet day of horseback riding?
I mean,
I
we
think-
could be just talking to Marshall about absolutely nothing,
Aw.
like probably just things that they see, but you know.
That's so cute.
But she's not like quiet. She's just not talking to Nalfian.
Yeah, then Nalfin is just contemplating every single thing that he's done wrong and trying to figure it out. And then I feel like he eventually is going to come to the conclusion that she definitely saw something that involved him. I feel like that's a reasonable assumption, right? Without metagaming that.
Oh, yeah, no, I think so. Because she's not acting as weird towards anybody else. Maybe if Din was here, she'd be weird towards him, but...
Why are you gonna bring back Din only for this? My heart's dead.
Yeah. So, yeah, I will say that as you're, you know, speak with animals, or the ability that you have, are you speaking horse to Marshall, or are you speaking common to Marshall, and Marshall hears it as horse?
I mean, I would really love for it to be Twig could just speak horse. But as it's written, it is just Beast can understand your speech.
Okay, all right.
And you can decipher their noises. So I think, you know, not a shared language, just a mutual understanding between the two.
Maybe one day.
And it's specifically not anything sophisticated. So you know, it's very much just like, man, look at those rocks over there. Like, you know,
I would say
dumb little like sightseeing kind of things.
Yeah, and I would say Marshall would do that for a while, you know, and then he would just kind of be like, I hate to bring it up, Twig, but you're a little different this morning than you were yesterday morning. I just want you to know, from one talking creature to another, I hope you get better soon, whatever it may be.
I mean, nothing's wrong.
Oh. Okay. Well, if you say so.
I do say so.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said. You said so I'll believe you.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh. Hey, look at that dragonfly right there. That's pretty nice, isn't it?
I feel like there's a lot of ones around here.
Oh, yeah, there are. I always liked dragonflies. You imagine being able to fly? You know, some of these circles talk to different horses from around the Riverlands. There's a rumor going around that there are certain horses that have wings. Can't believe that, can you?
Well, horses can't have wings, right?
That's what I said. But, you know those other two ladies, they're always the optimist. Louise and Lorraine, that is, not, any of your other companions.
Oh, no, I understood.
See? You're smarter than Louise and Lorraine, then. I'd hope so, since you're
if you had wings.
human and they're horses. If I had wings, I don't know. I'd like to think that if I could fly and had wings, I think I'd just fly straight up, see how high I could go. I'm always stuck to the ground, and in the Riverlands, I'm always usually looking down at something as opposed to looking up. So it would be nice to be high up for once.
Oh, hey, look at that rock. I like that rock a lot. As he continues to ride on. So, yep, you got my reference, Felicity. So yeah. Unless there's anything else you would specifically want to talk to Marshall about, that's kind of where the
Oh man.
conversation would taper off at. Okay. All right. So with that, we continue on our journey. And I see that partway through here, we would have a small thing happen with Lila and Eurydice.
Yeah. So I imagine that like Lila's just trying to spark up some like conversation like they normally would, and it's just not sticking or anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So maybe after like a little while of some silence, Lila might start up and say, "So, Miss Lightbreaker, Dawnbreaker, have you ever thought about doing some prayer with Paylor?"
You had Dawnbreaker, right?
Glad I got there eventually.
Not really. I thought about it. And once when I was yelling into the thunderstorm, I was just wanted someone to respond. I didn't say Asmodeus, didn't say who, just someone. Maybe if I had this connection and it was real, that maybe he'd be the one that finally responded. Demon or devil. I don't know, I just feel guilty every time I meet someone affiliated with Pelor.
Why would you feel guilty about that? He's chosen you. Regardless, it doesn't matter. That's your own, your own thing. We all have.
You've been to Wheat Hill before, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
You came through this way when you came here.
Yeah.
There's a temple there. There was. To Pelor. And it burnt down. And a lot of people maybe thought that was an accident. It wasn't. Night that I left and a lot of things happened. I had to prove today that I was loyal or something, and there was so much happening. And I burned it down. I locked the door and I burnt it down. And no one else was supposed to get hurt, but they did. And that's why I feel guilty every time I meet someone who follows Pelor, or every time I go into a temple. Because I'm the reason that one burnt down, and I know there was someone inside at least, and I can never take that back.
Real quick, Joe. Since Lila is religious and studies, how much would you know about Paylor history, about who Paylor used to be before they became Paylor, the different reincarnations?
Make a religion check.
Because Felicity knows a lot and she wants to use it. Okay.
Well, I'll say religion.
Fuck, natural 20.
Oh, nice.
With a 29. So a 39.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I would say that through your studying in the college, and considering how religious of a person Lila is, I would say that Lila's knowledge on the subject would probably be about the same as Felicity's, in all honesty, so you can use a fair bit of it. I would say the one thing that you kind of clock is, and this is just something that you sort of have this revelation about now,
Dawnbreaker is something odd because it's just kind of this weird thing that happens every once in a while, but it's never like, in any of the things she's ever read about Paylor, it's never like Paylor's chosen. Like, it's never somebody that Paylor happens to choose or something with Paylor. It's always kind of like those followers of Paylor say, oh yes, this is our champion, but there's never been anything from Paylor, never been any validation that way, aside from the fact that the Dawnbreaker is just associated with light and brightness and flame. But other than that, Felicity's knowledge is applicable.
Cool. I don't know how much you know about this Paylor in our generation, but his name was Father Franheim, and he had a long history of bad choices. So bad that he went to worship Paylor and gained no gifts from Paylor ever, just out of the hope that he could redeem himself. And he made an ultimate sacrifice to save the world from a never-ending, desolate wasteland of snow and ice and death. It was his faith and his devotion to right all the wrongs he had made in his lifetime. And then he gave up his life so that the champions of Coldober Keep, a hold that was destroyed, would be able to make that change. Paylor is a god of forgiveness, ultimately. So, whatever happened, I know it sounds maybe outlandish to think that you're worthy of forgiveness, but you are. And I don't see why, in his eyes, as someone who had a history of being so cruel and terrible to people, wouldn't be able to have that same forgiveness for you.
I didn't know much about it. That's surprising, but hopeful, I guess.
Also, God's work in a funny way. You kind of have to reach out at specific times to get a better direct contact. And a thunderstorm, he probably wasn't able to listen
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah. I spent a long time being very resentful towards the gods because I spent a long time asking for help, just wishing, hoping something would come. And the thing that came was a devil. And I guess for a long time I just wondered why nobody else answered. Why it had to be him. No one else cared. But maybe that's not the right way to look at it. And I spend most of my days trying to figure out ways I can repay what I did. So So maybe if he is the god of forgiveness, that would not be as bad as I thought it was going to be.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Which is why there is a long history of devils and demons using those spots where people feel so lost and that they want help, that they go in and they snatch up the opportunity before another one could even come. It's really sad. So really, you shouldn't feel so ashamed when all you wanted was help.
Right.
And if you want, I can try and help you. I mean, explain ways on how to maybe connect with Paylor better. When I try and connect to Corleon, I sit under the stars and I sit in nature and I try and connect myself to as much faith energy as I can. And I feel like he listens. I've never really talked to him, but I'd rather hold on to that connection, no matter how maybe fragile it is, out of the hope that it'll pay off. And I think it has. I mean, he's given me gifts. I can do things that I wouldn't be able to otherwise. So if you want to try and connect to Paylor, I can maybe help you.
Yeah. I would appreciate that quite a bit. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for ignoring you. The whole time it's been...
You weren't ignoring me. You were in your head. That's so normal.
Yeah, but you were trying to tell me about Brent, and I just
Oh my
wasn't
god, girl!
listening
How
to
many
any of
times do
it.
I need to talk about these men and girls? Oh my god, I've been over it 50 million times. Like
I know.
I just like gabbing, you know me.
Yeah. Look, I'm sorry about what happened to you and Twig. And I know I know it's not my fault. It was a trap. And I felt like I should have known better.
Look, yeah, it was hard for me and Twig. I don't necessarily know why, but it was. But also, if we weren't there, would you guys have been able to get out? It would have been double time on you guys. May have just been a worse situation and you guys would have suffered a worse fate. I said this to Nalthian this morning, but it doesn't really matter what situation we end up in, because there's going to be moments where someone's better than the other person, or this is someone's expertise and not another person's. But regardless, we're a team. And I don't want you guys going anywhere alone if I know I could help in some way. Even if it hurts.
Okay. You're right. Sometimes just someone's expertise is better than others.
It happens.
Yeah. Okay, yep. That's a nice rock.
Yeah, it's a really
Those
nice
look nice.
boulder.
Yeah.
A good boulder.
And those clouds, they kind of look like cupcakes.
They
Little bit.
do. Also, whenever you want to try and connect to Paylor, let me know. But if you're ever trying to do it on your own, I would say sunrise and noon in a clear sky, probably best.
Okay. Sunrise, noon, clear skies. Yeah.
But you were right about that boulder.
Yeah. I saw Twig pointing it out and it made me look. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So all of you continue riding along until you get to about maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As you continue on, just trying to get to your second to last destination, right? The village of Menglin. Stop at this tavern, rest there for a day, maybe a little longer, mentally prepare yourself for whatever may come in Wheat Hill. As you're riding along, as these conversations sort of tie up, as you settle in for another bout of yelling, or not yelling, as you for another bout of quiet, before maybe some other conversations spark. As I've said before, the roads in the Riverlands are always chock full of people. You know, some people heading the opposite direction towards West Hollow, or people heading towards Hearthcrest, and by that extension, the College of Hearthcrest. There's always people traveling, especially now that it's spring, winter has subsided. There's never been a better time to transport goods from one part of the Riverlands to the other. So, any given time, there are, 4 or 5 people around you, 7 carts in front of you, 9 behind you. It's never backed up at all. The roads are wide enough where you can pass people if you need to, but it's very, very busy, this one long thoroughfare of a road. Now, the cart that's been in front of you has been moving with a fair bit of speed. That's been able to stay caught up with your, 2 people per mounted horses. But over the past maybe 45 minutes, it keeps getting louder and louder and louder. You can hear that there are people arguing within said caravan, within the cart itself. And you can hear this one man in particular who is he's yelling louder above the rest. There's obviously something was said that sparked off this conversation, and you can hear the first clear thing you can hear is somebody say, oh, well, fuck me with a mangy rabbit if I've ever seen a stupider clod. And then there's some rustling in the cart, and somebody is thrown out from the back of the enclosed cart, and you can see what looks to be a younger man, maybe in his mid to late 20s, short-cropped blonde hair, wearing a overcoat, almost like a duster of blue, a tunic of white, these woolen blue pants, and calf-high brown boots, as he's sort of thrown out of the cart and lands directly in the mud right in front of all of you. And he goes, and he kind of leans towards the cart, and still on the ground says, well, I just want all of you to know that you are artless, dog-hearted cod pieces. Yeah. As all of you are now behind him, he says, oh, hello. My name is Alistair Brightwood. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As
Rough day at the office?
A little bit, yeah. You could consider that.
What is this man?
Yeah, he's a human. Here you go. Alistair Brightwood. This is what he looks like. So, and he stands up. Oh, ow, oh, and he keeps grabbing it aside. As I said, pleasure meeting you. Sorry we had to make an acquaintance in such a grotesque way as he's like covered on one side of his body entirely with mud. And he kind of like takes the mud and like glops it off of his face and throws it onto the ground.
Well, most people don't get thrown out of carts for no reason.
No reason. That was, well, yeah, it was for no reason. All I said was there was this big burly gentleman who I was traveling with, and I said to him that he has a face that only a mother could love. As a joke, of course, right? It is a joke. And he takes it the wrong way, and then he starts insulting me, and I'm not going to just sit there and be insulted and act like nothing happened, so I insult him back. And then he gets angry, he starts yelling at me, not even insulting anymore, and I thought we were just having a fun spat of words, a debate of a sort. But no, he was obviously too dim-witted for that! So here I am now, covered in mud and probably shit, and I have no cart, and now I have to walk the rest of the fucking way to Hearthcrest. So, you know.
I'm just gonna like
Oh.
look over at Lila and see if like she recognizes him.
Do I know him?
Make a make a history check.
Okay.
As she's
He's
doing that,
fine.
Yuri's just gonna be like, so you insulted him, and then he insulted you, and you weren't happy that he insulted you, and you started an argument.
No. Don't get it confused. I insulted him right, as a joke, right? Because these big guys with their big ugly muscles, right? They were joking about, they were making fun of each other, so I thought, well, to the hell of it, I'll ingratiate myself in the group, and so I do that. I insult the biggest fucking guy there. And you know what he does? He gets angry, he insults me, and I'm like, well, this is great, right? We're on the same level here. That's great. And so I insult him back. And granted, I've never seen his mother before. Didn't need to say what I said about her, but I thought it was funny. And so, one thing led to another. He then got very angry, started to yell at me, threatening me, and so I continued to insult him because I can't fight with my fists, I have to fight with my words. And then proceeded to throw me out of a... Well, then I called him an idiot, or a stupid clod, I guess I should say. And then he threw me out of the car. That's kind of what happened. And yeah, so, Lila, you would have some inkling of the name Alistair Brightwood, a native to Hearthcrest, and a sort of a bard, where for the past maybe 3 or 4 years, he's been getting a little bit more renowned, because he's infamous for his ability to make a lot of money in one night and somehow end up with no money the next day and no instrument and no nothing. And you can tell that he's probably in that same situation right now because he has no instrument. He has one small dagger tucked into his waistband, and that's it.
Oh yes, I'm kind of familiar with your name at least. You're on your way back to Hearthcrest?
Yes, I was. I thought, maybe I'd go out and see the big, bright, beautiful world, and, well, seen enough. So now I'm gonna head back. Definitely not because...
A little advice.
Yeah?
Don't pick a fight you know you can't win.
Listen, if it was a fight with only words and only intelligence, I could beat every single person in that cart easily. But, as I said, they have a bit more brawn than me, and it's all right. I've come to live with my life in that way. But here I am in the mud. Tell me, you wouldn't happen to have a free seat on any one of these horses you could perhaps spare to ride along with? Oh, I just would hate to ruin my boots,
No one's riding with Blossom, are they?
Yeah, there's room with Blossom, I
Yeah.
think.
Okay.
And well, good news is we are headed to Hearthcrest,
Oh my-
but we may have to take a few detours along the way. So if you wanted to pick up the pace after the next town, I don't blame you. But
I mean, if there's something that can get me from point A to point B, I'll take it. And of course, I'll pay you. Next town we get to, I'll do a little performance. I'll give you a small slice of the pie. And then, who knows, maybe if the relationship turns out to be amicable, maybe we can continue and we can have a nice little profitable journey on our way to Hearthcrest.
Yeah, well, let's just see how far you get, friend.
Oh, all right. All right.
Yeah. Before you jump up, she's gonna prestidigitate. Don't want to get Blossom dirty as well, and the horse, because the horse upset.
Look at
Well, I
that.
feel like it also might be a good idea for you to be on Marshall. He is the more stocky of them. I can ride with Blossom. Tig's already jumping off.
Oof. Ouch. Owie. Pain. Oh, fuck.
God, it was just a nightmare, Twig. Get over it. God, you know it wasn't
Now
real.
he doesn't say anything. He has no words.
Tig's hopping off with Blossom. We'll smile back at her.
Blossom's gonna kind of give you a look, like, all
Don't
right.
make me ride with this bitch.
It's like, all right, sweetie. And as you sort of like jump up, she's gonna kind of say, "Now you know you can't avoid him forever, right?"
I'm not avoiding him.
Yeah, okay.
Why do you
All
think
right,
I'm
Tay.
avoiding
Whatever helps you sleep at night, sweetheart.
Does this guy get on the back of the horse with Nalfian?
Well, he looks and sees Twig get off and says, "Is that your daughter? That's very sweet. Is that the mother? I've never seen a satyr."
Do you want to ride, or are you just gonna stop down there and just keep running your mouth?
Well, my friend, there are two things that I'm very good at. One of them I cannot discuss out here, but running my mouth is the other thing that I'm very good at. So, yes, I suppose then I will stop doing the thing that I'm good at.
That thing I said about picking your battles. Enough, we'll give him a wink. Come on.
Oh. Well, better watch yourself. All right. Of course. Let's ride.
Well, needless to say, you're hanging on to me, so...
Oh. And look at this. Very well. I have no problem. And he'll hop on the horse, and he'll be like, "So do you want some distance between the two of us, or,
Nalfian's just gonna, like, look over her shoulder, give him a really big smile, and we're gonna fucking take off. Like, Marshall and him are just flying.
You whip the reins. He goes, "Oh, fuck." And he's going to try and grab onto you, but he's probably going to fall. He's going to make a dexterity saving throw. Yeah, that's a 2.
Oh.
Oh, oh, that was very funny. You artless.
Oh, you know, see, I also pride myself on being pretty funny myself.
Ah.
So thank you. You
Ah,
are
yes.
too kind.
Oh yes, you are quite the quite the kind gentleman. Thank you so much for teaching me a lesson.
One might even say I'm a knight, but, you know. And Nalf will, like, put his cape, adjust it a little bit,
A knight.
but he will offer his hand to help this guy back up onto Marshall.
Yes. And he's gonna like grab your hand and be like, "Just 1 second. I'll be right back. Just hold on a second, dear, and just give me 1 second. I just need to handle something over here real quick, and then I promise I'll get back on the horse right away. Okay."
All right.
Okay, all right. And he's gonna walk back to the horse where Blossom is at and be like, "Listen, you're not sure. I think that I would be a great riding companion, and I'd love to, you know." And
Hey, friendo, the seat's getting cold over here.
That's all
Now
right.
he's gonna, like, pat the back of Marshall.
I've got a very hot ass. I'll warm it up in just a second. All right. All right. Are you please? Nothing against. I have the thing with knights. I just can't, you know. And Blossom's just gonna be like,
Yuri
"Oh no, go ahead."
hops down from Lila
Oh,
and says, "You know what?
hello.
You go, and this is my friend Lila. You
Oh.
can ride with her. I'll go ride with
Hello.
Nalfian." Just kind of, yeah. And she's gonna like smile at Lila and then walk over and up with Nalfian.
Oh my
Lila
goodness.
will like scoot up on the horse and then put her hand on the back and be like, "Here you go."
Now that is a good trade. Not even gonna lie. No offense to you. You're very handsome, and on a different day, I could see a different entire thing happening between the two of us. But for now, I'll go with not the knight. And he's gonna hop on the back of the horse.
As Eurydice, you hop on a as you hop on a Nalfian's horse.
Yeah.
Now we'll take this trade.
Twig is now more confused than anything.
Dead.
All the adults know what's going on, and Twig's like,
Yeah.
Alfian is gonna under his breath to Eurydice, thank you.
that was partly for you and partly for her.
He will raise an eyebrow. I'm not gonna ask.
Don't. It's fine.
Mm.
And I just want to let you know, Lila, Alistair will not stop talking.
Oh, that's fine. Lila doesn't stop either.
Yeah, no, it is. It's anybody around the two of them, it's horrible because Alistair is just, he's incessant. Like, he's very obviously a bard with no magic. He is a loquacious to a fault. He's just always talking and always telling stories. And it's one of those things where whenever Lila tells a joke, he will laugh so incredibly hard at it and be like,
Oh my god.
you are too funny. And you told him what?
Thank you. Oh, I know. It was pretty good, I gotta admit.
Oh, you are
To,
wonderful.
like, whisper
scandalous.
down
Oh.
to Eurydice, and he's just gonna be like, "Please tell me I was never that bad, please."
Not that bad.
Eurydice, just lie to me, please.
You were
Like-
so much better. You were never on that level
Thank
ever,
you.
not even anything close.
Thank you so much. I am so
You're
fucking sorry.
It's okay. You've improved.
That's amazing. So I actually, and he's gonna kind of like, sort of tuck his leg underneath and kind of sit side saddle, where he's like looking out at the other two horses and kind of looks back to Lila every once in a while. He's like, as we're riding along, I can't help but notice, and I'm sure that you probably get this question a lot, but I'm so curious. Look at this daring group of people in front of me. I am so curious. Not very often do you see a knight, a woman like her, pointing to Eurydice, not exactly knowing how to describe her, and a Lodrin, a satyr, and a small child together in one little group. Teenager, of course. I'm sorry, my dear. I just, after a certain height level, everyone's a child to me, and that's not your fault at all right? Great.
Is he
So,
particularly tall? Just a question, just for my own sake.
Oh, damn.
is what?
Is he particularly tall?
No, he's like 5'8".
He's out here tall. Okay.
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 Like fucking an inch taller than Eurydice.
Yeah. So I'm so curious. How can I not be right? And if you don't want to talk about it, you don't want to talk about it. That's okay. I'm sure that we could maybe talk about it later. But I'm just, just so curious.
No. It's totally fine. So actually, what the situation is, and then she will continue to talk about their lie that they strew together about
Mhm.
how Nalfian's helping them with the research, and
Yeah.
now they're on their way back to Hearthcrest.
Yeah, Lila.
No deception check needs it. He buys it all. He's like, oh my goodness. Well, that is so exciting. Studious types. Great. I'm in very good company then.
What is exactly you do, my friend? You just travel from place to place, stirring up trouble. Is that your thing?
Well, stirring up trouble. I much prefer to see it as sparking excitement in such a dull countryside life. That's what I like to consider it.
So you don't have a job.
I am a wanderer. I travel, and I don't need a 9 to 5, so to speak. I don't want to be a farmer or an innkeep, a barmaid. No. I travel from place to place. I sleep where I can. I eat what I can, and I tell stories. That's all. And damn good at what I do.
All right. It's exciting. And you're going to Hearthcrest to tell stories then?
Yes, to a degree.
All right. And those fine gentlemen that tossed you out, were they also going to Hearthcrest?
They were. I just I thought that being with a bunch of big, burly individuals like that would be good for me. A little bit of protection. Turns out I was wrong. Can't win them all, right?
I'll just kind of give him a look.
Well, if you're full of stories, I'd love to hear one.
Well, sadly, my dear, I have to charge for those. It's how I make my living, after all.
Well, we are giving you a ride, so I think you owe us.
All right, a story then. For free. So, once upon a time, there was a big, ornery motherfucker who was really mean. He was really fucking ugly. And there was this...
Hey, we do have the presence of...
The child. That's right. Anyway, so there was this really big, mean guy, and he was just so awful to be around. He smelled really bad, like a donkey's ass. And there was another much more... A donkey's taint, butthole, pick a area around the ass, and it smelled like that. Would you like me to go into more specific detail? Shit, couple minutes ago? Still some little flakes on the little hairs? Is that
Ew!
what you want me to say?
You make a living doing this? Because, my friend, it's not great. I'm going to be honest with you. Navi's just laughing.
Maybe just tell Lila some fun stories in a slightly muted tone.
Pick your battles. Pick your battles, he told me.
Hey, see? You listen and you learn. That'll go far with you.
Breathe. Just breathe.
Don't you wish you were riding on my horse?
Ah. No.
Nothing's just gonna smile at him. I hope you
Yuri
know it's
knows.
all in good
Sorry.
fun. That's okay. Go ahead.
Yuri has a look of more like, don't test me. She doesn't like him. But she looks like Twig's mom. So it's more like she's like, if you swear on my child, you're not coming with us.
Oh, I didn't even notice before. So, I'm so sorry about the assumption about the satyr mom and the knightly dad. I didn't even see that, my dear. I'm so sorry. You have a beautiful daughter.
Yeah.
Is the father not around anymore? Is he gone? Or is he the one who you're riding with right now?
I think you should talk to Lila
Kind of just
about something else.
turn to Lila and be like, what did I say? Oh, I just asked a question.
I think you just pry in the wrong ways with the wrong group of people.
My dad left when I was really young, and I was always an open book about it.
Well, you weren't asking about her dad, now were you?
So, when you get to Hearthcrest, what are your plans?
Oh, well, you see, there's this fun thing that Hearthcrest does where you see they have these things called banks. And banks are great because banks you can put money and you can also borrow money from the bank. And you see, I've borrowed a lot of money from the bank and I need to go to the bank to pay off the loans, or else, you know what they'll do? They'll grab me and throw me in prison. Isn't that fun? Oh, love it.
And do you have the funds to pay this off?
I will, after a few pit stops.
Alright, well, I wish you all the luck.
Yes. Luck indeed. I will take it, and I will use it. Thank you so much. I mean that
I'm going to
genuinely.
make sure that
of course.
all the coin purses around are very neatly secured.
Yeah, make an investigation check real quick.
Yeah. Not his best stat, that is for sure. Did I add anything to that? So... No, 13.
13.
as you're kind of like, just looking around, making sure everybody's things are there, you can see as Alistair is talking back and forth with Lila, he says, do you... oh no. Listen, I want to be very clear about something. My dashing knight, I will not steal from you. I don't steal money from people. That's wrong. Listen, I might be loquacious and a little coarse, but I would never thieve. That is a line I will not cross.
Okay, that's good to know. I meant no disrespect. I just, yeah.
Make an insight check.
I'm gonna-
Yeah.
I meant no disrespect, friend, but you can never trust random men thrown out of carts on the road. And now Fiend will also insight check that bitch.
Yeah.
19.
19. 18.
Twinsies, 19.
No, yeah, he seems like he's being genuinely honest about that. For all of his other faults, which he has a lot of, at least he's not a thief.
Yeah. Like I said, now Fiend's like, you're picking up strangers on the side of the road. What can you do?
Of course.
No disrespect.
Oh, no, I completely understand. I mean, just 20 minutes ago, I was covered in horse shit and mud, so I wouldn't trust someone like that either. So, no hard feelings.
Just nod.
Or horse poo as he looks back towards Twig. Sorry.
Yeah, Twig stopped paying attention a long time ago.
Oh, anyway, and he's going to go back to talking with Lila. Alrighty. And well, that continues on. Let me just check one thing here real quick. So all of you continue riding along into the down the road. Alistair along with you, just talking Lila's ear off, Lila reciprocating, talking back and forth loudly, and him obnoxiously, Lila respectfully to the rest of the party members riding along. As you ride for another 2 or 3 hours, maybe 3 or 4 hours outside of Midglen, you can see that there is a small little pop-up tent shop that is there. You can see, yeah, like a pop-up tent shop, like a little market stall.
Okay.
Just sort of like that, something that's very easily able to come up and collapse. And you can see that there are on these little hastily put together little wooden shelves. You can see all of these little cute little knickknacks and things. And with that, as you approach the little stand, just to get a little closer look, not even knowing if you're going to purchase anything. So as you approach, you are able to look at things and... Sorry. And as you approach the merchant stall, the small little pop-up tent shop, merchant, would you like to describe your appearance and what they see when they...
Amazing.
Okay, right.
Oh, absolutely.
Hey, Mitch.
All right, so as you guys head on in, you see just a man kind of leaning against the tent. Looks very just kind of lapsadaisical. Just looks like he doesn't have a care in the world. Very finely dressed. He's a high elf. He's wearing a wide-brimmed hat that has some little slots for his ears to lightly poke through. Down to his chest, he has this really fine, very surprising color choice, but this just kind of yellowish golden silk shirt that he's wearing. He's got this vest that looks like it's made from some sort of animal fur. You're not quite sure what it is. Underneath that, he's got a black button-up vest that he's wearing. It has some very fine black leather pants and some high riding boots. On each side of his hip, you do see a pistol. though his hands aren't anywhere near it. They're just kind of crossed as he's watching you guys approach. Well, hello, friends.
Hold on, I'm just processing.
Yeah, let me explain and be clear. I wanted this to be a surprise, but Ryan just has today off, and he wants to be able to hold the title over everybody else that he's played in all 3 campaigns. That's all.
Oh
Fuck
my
yeah.
god.
This isn't Ryan joining Isle.
No.
Okay.
Oh man.
Sad. Okay. Nelfian's just gonna approach, I guess. And just, how you doing today, friend?
Ah, it's a beautiful day. Have no complaints, really. I mean, how can you on a day such as this? And yourself? Hope you haven't been riding too long.
Oh, just picking up the most wonderful stragglers.
Hello, it's
and-
great to meet you, my friend. As you can see, a blonde, short-cropped man, smile way too big. Apparently, the person this dark elf man is referencing.
Nelfian is just gonna kind of like slowly push Alistair out of the way.
Okay.
Anyway,
all right.
And he's just gonna kind of lean in a little bit closer, so everyone else doesn't hear him.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Kingdoms and Castle cards. Do you have any?
You want Kingdoms and Castle cards? I got Kingdoms
I
and
ca-
Castle cards.
Oh. You
But
got
hang on, if we're gonna
good
do
Kingdoms
business.
and Castle cards?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you have good ones? I kind of think I really need good ones right now.
Well, depends on the deck you have. Not every good card is good with every deck, so it's hard to answer that question. But I have rare ones. I have pricier ones.
This guy's a fucking professional.
All right.
Man.
And I think there's Alex Silverfoot and a dog morning light card.
Oh yes, Alex Silverfoot and Doglin. That's good. I don't have any more of those on hand right now. They've been very popular.
You don't have any at all? Like, back room, dig around?
Don't remember having any, but I can check for you. Sometimes my numbers are a little bit off. But listen, if we're gonna do business, let's do this proper. And he snaps his fingers 3 times, and you kind of see just a flicker spark of magic. And you see just some of these instruments, like a flute and a cello, just kind of start leaning up, and they start playing themselves. Yeah, this guy has his own shop theme.
You could listen in if you're trying to. Nalv was trying to make sure Twig couldn't hear specifically, but Lila and Eurydice probably couldn't.
Yuri's gonna lean in because she has money as well. She's like, "Oh, we getting Kingdoms and Castle cards for Twig."
Yes, I'm trying to. I've been trying to get.
And then
some
Lila will
sort of-
also stick her head over. I'd like to help as well.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh, are we
This
all
is
allowed
good.
to be a part of this? This is wonderful.
No.
And then Lila's gonna
Oh.
put her hand over his mouth. Not right now. Give us a moment.
Why are we whispering?
Alright, fuck off.
It's a surprise for the girl.
Lila, I love you so much in this moment. All right. Yeah, so the Kingdoms and Castle cards. As you can see, we all 3 of us are not afraid to put as much down as needed. Oh wow, this is your shop music. It's wonderful.
I love it.
Thank you. Insight check. No, I'm just kidding. Give me just a quick second, and he'll kind of head around back, and you see in this little tent, he has these dressers and things set up, and he's pulling out drawers, and you see everything's actually quite well organized. All the items that kind of are going together, and he's just kind of going through a few of them. All right, and were you just looking for those 2, or were you looking for something else as well?
All of them.
All right, well that makes it easy. He just grabs this chest and moves it over and sets it down and opens it, and it's like fucking Seto Kaiba, just showcasing all of his cards.
Okay, which wardens are there?
Joe, which wardens do you want to have be there? I don't know how much of a thing you want to make that.
I would say that oh god, this is extra sad. He would have Varnast and Morgonix. He would have both of them.
Oh.
The thing is, Morgonix's card is holographic, so it's a little bit more expensive.
He doesn't have those ones already, right?
No, she only has Alec and Dogalin. So
Okay.
you don't have Zamir, and you don't have Sayla, and you also don't have any of The
Just Morganax and
the
Varnas.
bonus cards.
Right.
So Zamir and
How
Sayla you'd
much
have to purchase
these?
separately.
Okay. How much are these ones?
Oh, let me sort through my ledger real quick. Joe, how much were the other Warden cards?
Varnast would be a solid 15 gold. Morganax, though, because it's holographic, that would be 50 gold pieces.
Yuri's immediately buying both of them.
Morganax's card is the same price as a healing potion. Just funny to me.
I don't care. It's fucking worth more.
So,
Which one gives us more joy here, Joe?
before you purchase these, just a slight special I'm doing as of late. 65 is the base price. And he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a platinum coin and he does like that coin trick from like Pirates of the Caribbean, kind of flicking it between. And he holds it up, he's like, or we can flip for him. If you call it right, 50% off. If you call it wrong, price doubles. Or you can just pay the
Nalfian
base
looks
price.
At Eurydice, I will spend whatever I need to get these fucking cards. He's like so serious.
Eurydice is also so serious. She doesn't need to, but she kind of wants to do this.
How much that, Lila? Are you in?
Do it.
I'm not gonna lie. We have the money if it's doubled anyway. So
Yeah.
I like you people. Now hold up. Before I do business with anyone, names must be exchanged. I'm Chance, and he extends a hand.
well, nice to meet you, Chance. I'm Lila Tatiana.
Pleasure.
Albert.
Huh.
Right? I don't know if you know, but we had to come up with disguises, okay?
Don't worry. No surname.
I'm trying to remove myself as much from my family as I can.
I understand. Well, you don't look like an Albert, but pleasure all the same.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Way more than you probably know, friend.
Blossom is talking to Twig right now, but like you can see her little cow ears like flick up, and she says, "Twig, 1 second. Sir Doofencockle? I had a oh, you know what? Never mind. Sorry, I forgot. Never mind. Go back to what you were doing, Sir Doofencockle."
Yeah, Albert's a different cockle. Okay, these. Let's do the flip.
You see Chance is trying to do that thing where he's just trying to smile, but his lips are quivering because he's trying not to smile like bigger than he's supposed to be right now.
Yuri holds out her hand as well. Says, Violet Fawn, it's really nice to meet you.
Pleasure. And Chance will give a handshake and give a tip of his hat.
Okay, so heads or tails, right?
Yeah, just a two-sided coin.
One, guys. Does it matter? It doesn't matter.
You call it, Yuri. You call it.
Okay, heads.
All right, so Chance takes the coin, and he kind of holds it up for a second, and then he just throws it at Nalfian. I've had people accuse me of cheating before. You flip it.
All right, Nalfian will catch it in the air because he's cool like that. Yeah. He will let Eurydice and Lila blow on it for good luck, and then, hell yeah, and then he will flip it. What am I gonna do?
So,
Roll? Is there coins
what I
on
was
here?
thinking was just like a D20 evens. You called right, odds you didn't. Just since it's a 50-50 chance.
Okay.
Mm.
I'll dice roll on here. Man, we suck.
We do suck.
Well, unfortunate. So that brings the total up to 130 gold. Unless you
That
want to
is-
try again to bring it down to base price.
No, you know what? She's gonna get out the money and just give it to him. You won that fair and square. Here you go.
What do you say to double or nothing?
Much obliged. You gonna need any card sleeves to go with those, or are you happy with them as
Yes.
is?
No, card sleeves. Do you also, I was thinking like a case, to keep them in. It's nice.
Oh, certainly. Hang on a second. He'll just kind of like go through the back, da 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 da, and he pulls out just like nice leather one and just tosses it over. Since you lost, it's on the house.
Oh.
I'm still coming out way ahead on this.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, I mean, it is
Appreciate
a fine, like rich leather. That the box itself is made of a really, really nice cherry wood, so it's got like these like red
Oh, hell
undertones to it. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's like a burgundy leather, pretty sick.
Appreciate it.
Nah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Can I interest you in looking through anything else I might have today, though?
Any pretty earrings?
Oh, gobs of jewelry, gobs. Look,
Gobs,
Moms?
gobs,
Huh?
I love it.
gobs.
yeah, man.
What are gobs?
Gobs of jewelry.
I'm dying.
It's slang for a lot.
Yeah, I love it.
Gobs.
In what
gobs.
world?
He's from the Wild Wastes.
Oh, my sorry.
Perfect.
Apparently, gobs is also another word for whoopie pies.
There you go.
Gobs is a word for mouth.
Mouths of earrings.
It can also mean a lump of viscous or slimy substance. So,
Oh my God.
Yeah. Don't make fun of him for how he talks. That's messed up.
Yeah, he gave you guys a deal on that box. Stop making fun of
This
him.
is true.
Yeah. You know what? 20 gold.
I'm so sorry.
Now let's see. Did she say earrings or just jewelry? I don't remember.
She said earrings particular. She's
Alright.
got a necklace, so.
What were you looking for in particular? Any certain type of gemstone, gold, silver? Just what were you looking for?
I'm definitely thinking gold, and I do have kind of like a natural looking design on my breastplate, but also I wear like a star necklace, so like anything around there, something kind of fey looking.
You know what? I might have just the thing. He kind of goes around, and what he does is he pulls out these earrings that hang down like just a little bit, but the main thing about them is kind of like a hearing aid. It's like this vine that looks like it kind of shapes like the ear and would kind of hug around it and rest on it.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and then there's just these kind of like, you know, just because this is just a complete flavor item, just whatever color of gem you want kind of embedded. Probably like green because they're vines to make it look kind of more natural.
Ooh.
It's like these very tiny, like looking like emeralds, basically. Something like this.
Oh my gosh, yes, that is perfect. How much?
Oh, let's see here. They all have fine make, so be about 15 gold and less. And he holds up his coin again.
No, 15 is totally fine. Thank you so much.
Suit yourself. And he will
She'll hand it to
over.
him, and then she'll put on the earring, and then she'll turn to Alistair and say, well, what do you think?
Oh, I think you look absolutely stunning. Oh,
Thank you.
Oh, you've broken my heart.
Okay,
Nothing's
that
gonna
was a
look
little
at you,
funny.
Riddick, and just fucking gag and like pretend to stab himself with his own sword.
She'll
Yuri
laugh.
will
She'll be
also pretend to gag.
she'll laugh at it and be like, okay, that was a little much, and then get back on the horse.
My apologies.
Well-
I have a flair for the dramatic, that's all.
Anything else you were looking into, or perhaps I could show you some of my wares?
Well, show us what you got.
I'd sell you my
Alright.
sister if I had one. That's a joke.
Nah, that's not the vibe.
Oh.
And are Twig and Blossom still just like away at this point, or have they come up to kind of look at things?
At this point, like nothing would have like backed off. So like, if they wanted to like see what was happening, they could probably easily kind of understand that there's a little merchant rat here.
Yeah, no, I imagine, like, I like to think Blossom was probably in on it, keeping Twig away, but after that whole exchange has happened, she's probably started to make her way over, just to see what's happening.
All right, so I think Chance would kind of like start talking, then he'd look over and like see that Twig has come up. Oh, hello there. I didn't catch your name. I'm Chance, and he extends his hand down to her.
Iris.
Iris. You look like an iris. That's a lovely name. You know, I might have just the thing for you. Give me just a quick moment. And he'll head back and he'll, again, kind of sort through some of his stuff and he'll grab it. Yes, I think this will do. And he'll come back and holding this out. It's small enough that it fits in the palm of his hand, but you know, there is like a little bit of weight to it, but it's this very finely carved, like blue panther looking statue, kind of like a lapis lazuli type color.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just kind of like in this like laying down pose. It looks very comfortable. Can you hold this for me for a second?
Okay. She'll just take it.
Now, you look like you have a bit of magic in you. Am I correct?
A little bit, yeah.
All right. So, you know how to channel it?
Sure.
All right. Watch this. And Chance will lean down and he'll put his finger on like the head of the panther. And again, you'll kind of see that just like very brief like flash of light as he activates a little bit of magic. And you see the statue like stands up in your hand, and it'll like circle around and it'll like stretch its back like a cat before like laying back down again.
So cool.
Huh, thought you might like it. Made that one myself.
You made it? How?
Oh. Well, my magic was never particularly good for fighting or adventuring, you know. Younger man's game. But was able to come up with a few unique ways to use my spells in order to make my business a little bit more attractive. Let me tell you, I made a killing in Hearthcrest when I passed through there. It's actually quite a simple spell, but not much use. But it's cool.
That is
How much is
I
it?
agree with you.
Sorry, what?
How much is it?
That one? Material's rather expensive. The spell's simple. 15 gold.
Now we'll hand it over.
We're just done with the coin flip, aren't we?
Coin flip?
Yeah.
Meh, worth a shot.
No, it's alright. Nalf's like, move on, move on.
What's it about the coin flip?
Just a special that I run, sweetie.
Nalf just smiles.
All right. Anyone else looking to buy
that you
anything?
have?
Well, just have honestly, just a big assortment. I got toys, jewelry, I got a few paintings. I picked up this one painting, and he'll kind of point to one that's hanging on the wall, and it's this nice looking painting. You know, it's nothing like that immediately rings out as like truly special. Yeah, I bought this from a nobleman who was starting up a business. He called this Noble Fated Tranquility. He called him NFT for short. I don't think it's going to catch on. But
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on that, friend.
yeah,
You know,
but I
I've
like it. I
actually
think I'm
heard there's a
gonna
lot
hang
of
it up
value in those that you could actually shut up.
But yes, just a random assortment, really. Got some, got this one. He pulls out this like glass statue, and it looks like this, not like the D&D depiction, but you know, like kind of like how we would like depict like a fairy with like the wings, almost like the ballerina style body. And he'll take it and he'll throw it up, and like as it kind of starts to come down in the air, the wings open up, and basically it casts like Featherfall on itself, and it just very slowly comes down and drops back in his hand. Another one of mine.
You...
What did you say, Kayla? I didn't catch that.
Nothing. She was. He was gonna ask if it was another one of yours, but you answered it before you got there.
Gotcha. I also have another assortment of clothes if you're looking for anything. Kind of motions to Alfian. You clearly are a man of taste like myself.
I appreciate you noticing.
Yeah, just saying, if you're looking for your Sunday best, I can certainly provide that.
All right, let me see what you got.
Yeah, I mean, he just has like a huge variety. I'm not going to go into like detail on it, but like a lot of like silk
I need
shirts, you know.
stitch counts. Okay.
Well, too bad.
Fuck yeah, Nalf will get a silk shirt. You got a black one because he's edgy.
Hell yeah, he does.
Hell yeah. Deep V, give that to me. How much?
This one should fit just about your size.
Yeah, Nalf will like give him an extra couple gold pieces for that too. He likes this guy.
We'll just say it's like 10 total. Just a shirt.
Okay.
But it is nice material, but we'll just say it's 10 gold.
A silky shirt. Nope.
What about you, my friend? I haven't seen you want anything. Kind of motioning over to Blossom. Or you, for that matter, to the bard whose name I don't remember.
Alistair.
Yes, him.
Well, would love to. I think that you have such a sparkling personality, my friend, but
Thank you.
I can pay you in compliments. That's the best I can do today, all right?
Oof. Sad, but I understand.
It's all right. I don't really see anything that... And you can see him sort of focus in on one thing on like a bottom left shelf kind of tucked away. Don't really see anything that catches my eye, but...
What is it, Joe? You can make this one up.
Yeah, I think that it would be like a little... It'd probably be like a little like jade figurine of like somebody holding like a mandolin or like a lyre or something. That probably a very similar thing to the panther, that if you like channel just a little bit of magic into it, they can like strum away and like it actually creates like a little bit of music.
All right.
That's cute.
He'll pick it up and he'll kind of look at it, and he'll also once again activate the magic and let the melody kind of play.
That's
Oh,
nice.
you know, this one's actually on flash sale right now. It's only 5 gold. Just a measly 5 gold. That's too bad.
Yuri rolls her eyes and just kind of steps forward and puts the 5 gold in his hand, takes the statue, gives it to Alistair. This is a nice offering if you take things back a notch. Especially when the kid's around.
You have never seen a more respectful version of Alistair Brightwood until right now, my lady.
Lovely. She gives it to him.
Of course.
Now for scoff.
I can guarantee you I'll be as proper as your knight, as well trained too.
Mm-hmm. We'll see. She will
And-
give us nothing.
All right, now come on. A few of you still haven't bought anything. Are you sure? I'm not gonna be around here tomorrow.
all right. Oh, believe me. No, I know your deal. Let me come take a look myself. Let's see. You know what? Listen, your pick, all right? I've got a young boy at home, and it's been a while since I've sent him many gifts from on my way out on the road. Since we're going to Hearthcrest, it'll probably be a fairly fast postage system. So, little boy, only about 4. What do you think he would like?
Well, just what are his general interests? What gets him excited?
Oh my goodness.
Does he have a favorite toy?
Well, when I'm home, he likes messing around with my sword and shield, so I'd like to keep weapons away from him for now, but he does... he really likes to put on my armor, and he likes to waddle around the house wearing it, which I think is a little silly, but other than that, he does enjoy... he enjoys helping cook when me and his mom cook. So he likes cooking, he likes weapons and armor. So, all around a very well-rounded young man.
All right, I have 2 things that you might be interested in for him. First, he kind of goes back and he pulls out a book from one of his shelves, and he opens it, and he just kind of flips through it, and it's a tale of just like, your general fantasy book of like this young hero going out and doing things and like helping people, and learning the value of that. But much like his other stuff, when he puts a little magic into the pages with pictures, the pictures actually animate and like move around. Nothing like too violent, like no one's getting like their heads cut off. There's a few just like swords kind of hitting against shields, things like that.
Yeah.
But a lot of it's like really nice, like background tranquil pictures, like this mountainside where like you add the magic and you see like the breeze and like the trees and the leaves moving and stuff.
I love it. Yes, please. How much is it?
And he kind of looks to the bag of gold that's like on the counter of like everything you guys have given him. 1 gold. Call it square.
How about this? For having such a good eye, how about 2? And she'll just take out 2 gold coins, because I didn't realize Blossom is fucking loaded, yo.
Blossom has 100 platinum and 198 gold. She's fucking
my God.
loaded, dude.
He's
Damn. Blossom is walking around with all this cash. Meanwhile, Twig has a fucking 7 gold.
Oh man.
Bullshit.
Chance takes the gold and gives a nod, and in between his fingers, he kind of rubs them together. Oh, maybe they'll multiply now. And he kind of jokes and just throws them into the gold bag that he has.
Oh, all right. Mhm.
And then he kind of
And,
looks over to Eurydice, who I think is the only person who hasn't bought anything.
I think so, yeah.
At least for themselves.
Yeah, she's part of the
Who
whole.
is?
Yuri hasn't bought anything for herself, has she?
No.
So yeah, Chance is just smiling. He's just looking right at you. Well,
Okay. She'll look around. Yuri doesn't need a lot of things, but she will, thinking about her with Lila, also look for some kind of jewelry, but something gold or like kind of white colored with some sort of flame or something like that kind of motif to it, I
okay.
guess.
And are you just looking for that, or do you tell Chance you're looking for something like that?
She'll tell him. Yeah, she'll let him know.
He kind of thinks for a moment. All right, I think I got something for you. And he'll reach down behind his counter and he'll pull out this chest and he'll open it up. Can you extend your hand out for me, please?
Okay. She puts out her hand.
And Chance will kind of look down, snapping his fingers once again, and he'll mutter a few arcane words. And you see slowly from like above the from like the lid of the crate, you see this little. Did you ask for gold or silver? Sorry, I don't remember.
Oh, gold.
Yeah, you see this like golden like dragon head kind of pop out, and then start to kind of like slither down the crate, and it's like a Chinese kind of style dragon. And it moves over and it kind of reaches out and it like places its head on your hand and then wraps around your wrist. And towards the end, it opens its mouth and basically its tail, it kind of like bites onto it. And you see that like the metal like is really well made. And basically like from the dragon's head, it looks like fire's coming out of it and then kind of forms back into the tail. So it's kind of like eating, destroying itself as it's wrapped around your wrist. And there's various like rubies and stuff that's embedded like in the eyes especially. But like the scale work is very fine on it.
So cool. Oh my god, how did you make that?
Years and years of practice, my friend.
That's amazing. How much
Thank
is
you.
it?
It is one of my nicer pieces, but again, y'all have spent plenty, so willing to throw in a discount for making such a good profit today. Call it 15 gold.
You gotta like squint at him for a second. Are you upset that we haven't done the coin thing in a while?
No.
Insight check.
No insight check needed, because like while he said that, he was flicking the coin back and forth, and then just stopped. No.
Okay, come on.
You tell he's not upset,
Tails.
but you know it's fun for him, because there's something at risk.
Okay. Tails this time.
And who do you want flipping it?
Yalfian
Just not me.
Yes.
does
She
not
looks
look
at
at
Nalf.
you.
Come on. She takes his hand and puts it in his hand.
Brave.
I'm not
I
supposed
like it.
to. It's like gambling, you know.
Well,
like
you're not
liquor, that's
gambling, I am, so it's different.
All right, all right. Yeah, he'll flip it then.
So I guess
Alright.
this time if it's an odd number, then
Sure, why not?
yeah, because before
Sure.
it was
I mean, I was just gonna keep it evens right, odds wrong, but since you switched tails, sure, odds now correct, and tail and evens is fail.
Why you it?
Wait, what happened?
You rolled an 8.
it was
An
even.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now you know
Let-
it's not rigged because
Nalfian is just gonna look at it and he's just gonna say, "You're to see it. Let me buy this for you."
No, this serves me right. She'll give him the 30 and his coin back.
Thank you much.
Thank you. It's really cool. She really likes it.
And he explains it like the same thing. You're kind of like the other ones. It's just a very kind of like tiny bit of magic that, like, if you ever need to take it off for any reason, just like for safety or something, yeah, you just channel a little bit of magic in, and it'll basically kind of move off like wherever you designate it, and it'll kind of curl up on itself.
Ooh. Okay, cool.
Nalkin
right.
will extend his hand. Well, it was a pleasure doing business, friend. You've some great things here. We appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, thank you. If I might ask, quite an interesting looking group you got. Where are you all heading?
You know, I asked them that same thing earlier, and I can tell you the whole story if you'd like.
To Wheat Hill. Is where
Why
we're
doesn't
headed.
anybody ever let
And
me
to
talk? I
Heart's
know I'm the
Crest.
new guy, but man.
Alistair, does he still have like mud covered on him, by the way?
I think I took it off him.
Yeah, you
with
took
the
it off him, yeah.
prestidigitation.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, didn't come from there not super long ago, but nice area. Wish you luck on your travels. Just be safe. Y'all look like you can handle yourself, though.
Maybe not that one. But that's not. No, he doesn't say that. That's just me. But yeah, Nelf will give him like another nod and a nice handshake. And he'll wait to give Twig the. I don't know. Actually, does he even have it? Or did Eurydice or Lila take the cards?
I think that Nalf bought it, so I think that Nalf would have them.
Yeah, Chance would would give it to whoever paid.
Yuri paid for it.
Yeah, Yuri paid for it.
All 130.
There's
Yeah.
so much. Yeah. I still have over 1,000 gold. So.
Fair enough. If you guys are departing at this time, who's like the last one that kind of walks away?
It could be Lila. I
Don't
know.
all speak at once.
Yeah, sure. We'll make it Lila. Lila's like still looking at jewelry or something, and then it's like, okay, bye, and gives a wave.
Okay, really quickly, he just goes psst, psst, to kind of just like get her attention. And he kind of looks over and he kind of waves his hand, and you see the white spark again. And you see that on Alistair's back, there's just kind of like this brown spot that forms as he dirties him using prestidigitation. And then just gives her a wink and a smile.
She's gonna giggle.
You see him kind of go to scratch his back, and then he goes to scratch his face, and then rub his fingers through his hair.
Oh no.
No.
God, I love meeting new people. Sincerely, though, safe travels.
You as well. Thank you so much.
No, you're very welcome. Should you run into anyone else down the road, let them know that I'm going to be here for the rest of the day, leaving early in the morning.
We'll send them your way.
Much appreciated. Well, till next time.
Bye, Ryan.
Bye-bye.
Nice.
Bye.
And so with that, all of you get back on your horses, and you depart from Chance's little store, and you continue on the rest of your way to the village of Midglen. So, as you're riding along, has anybody discussed anything in this last couple of hours before you get to Midglen, or just sort of riding along just so you can get there?
I feel like Lila would have said something about talked about Hearthcrest with Alistair. I don't know if anything in particular. I did have something before that exchange to talk to him about, but I don't remember. But probably just like in general, Hearthcrest and our experiences there.
Yeah. He will say, at least of note, he will ask, he says, so you said that you're working on a thesis, a big paper.
A dissertation.
Dissertation, thank you. And the dissertation, it was over, you mentioned very briefly something to do with celestial patterns?
Yeah, so there were some uncharted stars um, that no one had any knowledge of their energy or their history. So I thought that that would be a great dissertation to go figure out exactly who is tied to those stars and how that affected our history.
I want you to know I've been a bit of a sarcastic asshole for most of this journey, but I want you to know that genuinely that sounds very interesting.
Really?
Oh, yes. Honestly, listen, I'm sure it's a big surprise. Never was the best in school, honestly. But that's because nothing excited me. Nothing sounded fun. It was all boring men blathering on about history that I didn't give a shit about. I don't know. It just sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's hard school when you're not interested in stuff. I personally excelled, but it was through a lot of hard work. It wasn't always natural. Some things were natural, came naturally to me. Some things were not, but I had to be the best in every class, not just the classes I enjoyed. So I understand what you're saying. It's difficult.
So then you're one of those boarding school kids from the college, right?
Yes.
Got it. Got it. Sometimes when I was growing up, I always envied people like you. Got to go live in a big, fancy, magical house. Sure, it was kind of shitty sometimes, but I don't know.
I definitely can't complain. It was wonderful, and I had a lot of things provided for me that I know others didn't. So I keep that perspective. It's just you don't get to pick your family members and how they treat you. So
Oh, yes. I am well aware of that. Oof.
I feel like everyone's got a little bit of that. So
It's what makes us human, right?
builds
Humanoid?
character.
Humanoid.
Human-like.
Human-like. It's a good one. Well. Blossom, yeah. Yeah, it'd be a little awkward if it was Alistair, Lila, and Twig all on one horse.
No.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
I was just asking. I was gonna talk to Blossom, but if
Okay.
Twig's there, he won't.
Okay, all right. So anyway, the conversation, that was kind of the one thing that he did want to mention. The conversation tapers off, and it is true that he keeps his promise to Eurydice. He does not nearly yell and shout as much. He's much more respectful in this sort of last bout of the journey. So with that, you continue on your way, and unless there are any other objections, Midglen is right on the horizon. Anything?
Who Midglen?
Yeah, let's go.
Yip.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. So with that, all of you continue on, and you can see that in the village of Midglen, as you begin to approach, this is not a walled settlement. It is a very, very small village. You can see that there's maybe 100 to 200 people that live here, just right off the bat. There is a small bridge that leads across, but in the last 20, maybe 30, 40 minutes of your journey, you do notice that there are more people leaving Midglen than arriving here. And and you and you arrive, and it's a little odd. You can see that there are more people leaving than coming in. And the one thing that all of you would be able to notice is the people leaving aren't necessarily just traveling merchants or just travelers in general. Some of them look like people who live here, with carts full of...
Leaving, you said?
Yeah, carts with possessions that would be family heirlooms and things like that. Some of them have strings of cattle behind them as they're leaving. It's very cramped leaving the village. But as all of you arrive, welcome to Midglen.
We love some sheep.
Mm-hmm.
We love the sheep.
Does anybody look like they particularly like have like concern on their faces, or
It's more so exhaustion.
could
Big, big,
could Nalv
big.
maybe stop someone along the way?
Yeah, sure. There's a small group of what look to be some type of farmers that you catch. An older man and woman, halflings, both of them, and you can see that they have
Yeah.
about 12 kids in their cart, stringing behind what looks to be 4 or 5 cows. And you
Yeah,
can see
Nalv will just say.
riding along.
Oh, go ahead.
You can
Go
just see they're riding along, but if you stop them, they're amicable, but they have these huge bags under their eyes, like they haven't slept in days.
Okay. Nalf would just say, just riding up next to them. Excuse me, sir, if I may have a moment of your time.
Of course, of course. Good to meet you. My name's Dilbert.
Dilbert Albert, actually.
Oh,
Um,
pleasure to meet
is
you,
there a
Albert.
reason why? Pleasure is all yours. He smiles, looking back at Lila, and you're ready to see.
You can see Alistair go, that is a good line.
But he was saying it very genuine. He wasn't trying to be a dick when he said it.
Of course.
Is there a reason why you and your lovely family are leaving? I noticed a handful of people heading out of the town.
Oh, yeah, needless to say, about a day's ride from here, there's a larger town by the name of Wheat Hill. Maybe a month or two ago, there were some individuals moving through, white cloaks as they were, making claims about some great dark entity trying to take claim on this region of the world, and well, ever since them white cloaks arrived, folk around here haven't been getting sleep very well. Nightmares, dark figures coming around. It wasn't until them white cloaks showed up, and now my wife and I,
Now
kids,
these-
haven't had a good night's rest in probably 2 or 3 weeks now.
These white clothes haven't made any threats against anyone. No violence, right?
Not here, no. You hear stories, though, about what happens in Wheat Hill. I don't do much traveling. Aside from now, though, I'm born and raised in Midglen, but times are changing, and gotta change with them. Just,
Right.
if I can give you one piece of advice, Albert, from one man to another, don't stay here very long. Hate to see you end up like Nigel.
And who's Nigel exactly?
He was, young man came from, I think they call it Macavia, came from down south. Just wanted a better life. Now, well, he, a couple days ago, started acting like an animal. He attacked somebody. Luckily, didn't kill him, but it's in the village. We don't want to put him to death because he was such a good kid. So right now, he's just strung up in a cage, like an animal. He keeps growling at people. Not even talking anymore. He was here for maybe half a year. I don't know.
And no one knows what happened to him to make him lash out like this.
No, it was just maybe a few days before the White Cloaks arrived. He was a little bit snappier than usual. Worked on a farm a little whiles away from ours. One night in the tavern, he just got a little snappy. He started a fight. And we thought, well, maybe he had just too much to drink, bad day, and I don't know. It's downhill from there. About a week after that, he started growling at people whenever they passed him in the street. He'd still talk, but
I said, a few days ago, he snapped, I guess.
You said he's strung up in town. In a cage?
In a cage.
Or locked away?
No, behind the tavern in the 2 stables back there. He's putting one back there. Never really
There,
needed a
city guard or something?
No, I never needed a prison before, or jail cells. All we have are kennels for dogs whenever they get a little too wily. So that's just what we had to put him in. We tried sending letters to Hearthcrest, but everything going on with the Children of the Flame, the White Cloaks, I doubt they'll want to march through there anytime soon.
And now, Joe, this is a DM question.
Yeah.
Everything that Nalfia knows about White Cloaks, they're like not supposed to be bad people, right? Like they're supposed to be like the good guys.
Kind
Quote,
of.
unquote.
It is. You've heard more bad
Just
stories
mixed
than good.
bag.
More bad than
Yeah,
good,
okay.
though, just because of your
Yeah.
distance from Bromsgrove.
Absolutely. Okay. Nalfia will just kind of like processing that information and then just kind of look at the 12 kids that this man has, and he will
Like rabbits, you know.
give him like a handful of platinum pieces and just say thank you very much for the information, and this is for you so you can help get your family settled wherever you're going.
Oh my. Well, and you can see him and his wife both like in awe, you know, because I mean this is, you know, like 40 gold is a lot, especially to farmers. Well, thank you. I promise you it'll be put to good use. Got a lot of mouths to feed. But,
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
well, sir, and he kind of grabs your hand and he shakes it like one of those like both handshakes. You can feel him squeeze very tightly, like these thick, calloused hands. Thank you so much, and please, Mother's Light guide you and stay safe, all right?
I appreciate it. You too. You keep your family safe.
And kind of claps your hand, and then we'll turn back to his wife, kind of hand her the coin, and then try and give you a reassuring smile and give a small whip of the reins and begin to ride off.
Nalfian will just kind of watch them go off for a little bit and then just inform the rest of the party all that just this Nigel character who's supposedly behind the tavern and everybody leaving, and just being on the lookout for White Cloaks and just making sure we really stick to our story here.
Mm-hmm. I was just here. How long ago was that? You can see Alistair kind of chirps up. I think I was here maybe... Oh, geez, what was that? 6 months ago. And I think I met that Nigel guy.
Was he like this ravaging creature, I guess?
No, I mean, he wasn't exactly the brightest fella, but you know, he was nice, you know. Like, I'm sure you've met them before. They're kind of dumb, but they're really nice, and they laugh at your jokes, and you know, you laugh at theirs because they're actually kind of funny, even though they're a little dense.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And no, he just seemed like a very nice guy. No, he bought me a drink when I was here. Didn't have money, so just kind of sitting by myself, and yeah.
That's so sad.
Yeah. When
A
we
lot
get
of
there,
very strange things are happening. So
when we get there, I'll go see him. I doubt I'll be able to do anything, but
Could I go with you?
oh, sure. Thanks.
Yeah,
Well.
I'm just curious too.
now what's between the two of them? with a raised eyebrow.
So does your like same expression? Like,
Genuinely just wants to see the guy, though.
It'd be hard to-
Yeah, Twig is oblivious.
All right. Well, now we'll start heading towards the tavern.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. So with that, all of you continue to ride until eventually, right in the center of the village of Midland, you can see a large inn. You can see that there are probably, 50, 60 rooms here. It is a massive place, and you can see that as opposed to a traditional sign that you would see sort of hanging in front of the door, there is this awning that surrounds the entire building. And hanging from the awning, right, in this large wooden platform, you can see a massive stag head. The horns are probably maybe 6 feet long, stretched up and out, so much so that they've actually had to use like rope to like affix it to the buildings. That way it doesn't tip over and fall. This stag was probably, just guesstimating, would probably be about 10 feet long and, maybe 7 or 8 feet up off the ground. Huge creature. And you can see the head of it, taxidermied, hanging from the front of the building right there. So with that, as you're making your way to the inn, you see the head right there, the massive tavern. You can also see the 2 barns behind it. Yes, that is true. As you make your way up, there are small places for you to tie off your horses. You can see there's maybe 5 or 6 other horses here, but there are enough places to tie off horses for there to be, like I said, 100 to 200 people here. All of their horses tied up in different areas around the inn, but there's no, just not enough people here for that. So you tie off your horses and you head into the building. So as you head into the building, immediately you are greeted by warm and inviting smells. The lights sort of hint of rosemary and thyme, these sort of baking spices and cooking ingredients. Fresh baked bread, freshly brewed ale and wine. It's very welcoming smells, and the interior of itself is so kind and inviting, just being in here. As you step up, you can see that there are a few barmaids that are kind of walking around, cleaning tables. They smile at you as you enter. And the person at the very back, which you can tell probably the innkeep, jolts up at the sight of customers. You can see a half-orc woman, probably in her late 60s, a little older, long, about down to her back, like her lower back, her tailbone, white hair that's braided into this long, loose braid, wearing a dress of white with this sort of trim of red and green on it. As she approaches all of you, big smile, these 2 tusks jutting out, says, "Well, hello there, hello. Welcome to the Great Stag Inn. It's wonderful to have such fine-looking customers. Please, would you be interested in a room for the night or just some food?"
How far is
I
Wheat
think
Hill?
we're definitely.
1 day.
I need some rooms.
Okay, yeah. All right. Sorry. Go ahead, Lila.
I was just gonna say we should probably get rooms. I don't know
Rooms.
what question you asked though.
Rooms, of course. How many rooms? Considering there are, 6 of you? I could get you 1 room each at a discounted price if you'd be so inclined. Or we even have on the top floor, we have a master suite, which is 3 different rooms, all broken off, but they all have their own shared common room. And inside the common room, there are several additional areas to sit. Food is delivered to you, included in the price of the room. And on top of that, there's your own private bathing area up there as well, if you're so interested. That is a very, very modest 2 gold pieces just for the 1 night.
Or if you'd be looking to stay longer, I'd be willing to give you a buy one night, get the second night free.
I think we only need one night. She gives her the 2 gold for that room. That's great, thank you.
Oh, of course. I'll make sure to have some hot water up there for all of you. So you can bathe if you so choose. All of you smell wonderful already. And then I'll make sure
yes, but I would love to freshen up. Thank you.
Of course. I'll have some soaps and other ingredients added as well. And I'll have food delivered up there too. Any dietary things I should know of? Or drink restrictions?
No meat, please, for this one here. And Alpha gesture to Twig.
Okay. Yes, I'll make sure to have some meatless options available.
Thank you.
Of course. Is there anything else I can do for you at all?
No, I think this is wonderful. Thank you.
Well, if you happen to need anything at all, my name is Helena, and it would be my pleasure to serve you in whatever way I can.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
As the group heads upstairs, Yuri will just peel away for 1 second and kind of run over to Helena for just and she's gonna go, "Hi, so I do have, because I know we're not far out of Wheat Hill at the moment.
Oh.
I was just wondering, because I'm trying to get into the business world, just have a look, see what's there. Greenleaf's goods and services. Saying that right? Yeah, that's near here.
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah. Do you know who's running that at the moment? Like, who I'd need to talk to if I wanted to know some more and, see about it.
Of course. There is a woman who runs it. A Mrs. Greenleaf. She operates. There's a modest-sized manor, I've heard, within the limits of the city.
Oh, really? Oh, I think I've heard that name before. Greenleaf. I went through there a couple years ago.
Oh.
Does the name Iara, does that ring a bell at all?
What was that?
Iara? I can't remember how to say it now. Iara? Any bell?
Yes, if I remember correctly, I believe that's her first name. Never actually had an interaction with her myself, if I'm being entirely honest. She's fairly reclusive, doesn't much travel outside.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll keep an eye out. Thank you so much. Yuri's gonna quickly walk away, go around a corner, and eternally scream.
Okay.
Well, not even fucking internally. What the fuck?
I didn't do anything.
You bitch.
Hey, I didn't do anything. All right. So, yeah, with that, you can see the innkeeper. She kind of is like, "Oh wait, did I upset you, love? I'm so sorry." As you kind of run away.
It's fine.
Oh, okay. I'll be up with the food in a moment. All right.
Yuri will go upstairs and find everyone else.
Okay. So with that, after a few moments of delay, Yuri does come up to greet the rest of you.
Took you a second.
Right? Yeah. Did you find anything out about Nigel?
No. I was just asking some questions about Wheat Hill. Yeah. No, that's it's it's fine. It's I mean, yeah.
Now looks at
Yuri's
Lila.
short.
Like, can you believe this shit?
She's just gonna shake her head no. Nope.
Just an
Alright.
interesting someone I thought isn't there anymore is apparently there, and it's surprising.
I hate it
Don't
when that
like them?
happens.
Yeah. What do you say, Nalfian?
Nope, that was Twig.
What do you say, Twig?
Do you not like them? Whoever's there?
We have a rocky history, which just might make it a bit awkward. That's all.
Well, good thing you're not going as you. Is
Is
Alistair in the
Alistair here?
room when I said that? If he was, she would not have said that.
Yeah, he's definitely he invited himself up to the room because nobody told him not to. So he was like,
This is fair. She would not have said that with Alistair there.
okay.
Hey, Alistair, why don't you go have a drink on me? And Nalf will give him a couple of coins to go out of the room.
Let's see. How many coins do you throw him?
3 gold pieces.
3 gold. Okay. 3 catches it. I hate to be greedy, but could you give me just one more?
Nalfian will toss him 2 more to leave.
Ah.
And help it, like, literally put his arm around him and be like, yes, great, have a great time.
No need.
And
No
walk
need.
him out the door.
Thank you. You've given me all I need and then some. Thank you very much. And he'll leave.
Thank God. And Yuri will turn back into Eurydice. So she's not
Lock
talking
the
all-
door behind us after he's down the hallway a little bit.
Yeah, Yuri becomes Eurydice, and it's like, oh, okay.
Well, like Lila said, I mean, you're gonna be not you, so might
I know,
be
but-
a
Some things a bit different. Someone who I thought was dead is not, apparently. Yeah, no, she's alive and running the business.
Who exactly is she, Eurydice?
She is my aunt. And I thought she died. And she didn't. She's very alive, apparently.
Wait, but why is that a bad thing, though? I mean, is she a bad person or something?
Not all of us got the nicest people when it came to being given someone to look after you. She's not very pleasant. At least she wasn't to me. I just didn't think she'd be alive, and that's not good if she's alive. Well, I mean, it is good. It is. I don't know.
How is her being alive if you're not going as yourself? Like, how would that affect our time spent there?
I just don't understand how she's alive.
Well, how did she die?
The Urgency sits down. He kind of puts her face in her hands. Okay, I wasn't gonna do this now, but just please hear me out. And I don't want you to just understand, not necessarily say it's okay, but just understand. She's supposed to be dead because I killed her.
Oh.
Yeah, Asmodeus chose a very specific time to make his appearance in my life. A time where I was very upset and very angry. After years of not being good enough and neglect and not having friends and not being allowed to leave, and we just had an argument, and she never hit me before, but she did, and I was so angry, and that's when Asmodeus showed up and offered me a way out. He offered me this power, this just a way to leave. And I could feel that the pain just bubbling over into fire. And I was so angry, and I could have just walked away, but I didn't. I locked the door, and the house burned down. It burned down with her in it. And I don't think that, I know that was so, that's murder, that's what that is. And after that, I burned down the temple because I had to prove that I was loyal somehow. And that caught fire to the rest of the house. And I listened to screaming, I heard people dying. And I knew it was my fault. And that's why I was so scared to go back. But she was supposed to be dead, and now she's not, and she knows what I did. I think she knows. And that's why that's bad. But also, I regretted what I did, so in a way it's good. That she's not dead. Yeah, she's supposed to be dead because I murdered her, and now she's not.
You were to see these people, these things, these dark friends, whatever, demons. They come into our lives to manipulate us. Right? You said it best. The worst, lowest point of your life. You took advantage of that. That's not your fault. What you've done is in the past. And if she's alive and well, then she is. But if we're going into Weed Hill, you don't have to go as Eurydice. That was never the plan. She never even has to know that you're there.
I know. I'm not gonna go as Eurydice, but I thought maybe she knew that something was off with me. It's a feeling that I had for a long time. Maybe she knew. And that's why she didn't want to leave. She kept me so up all the time. And I killed her and I proved her. She's not dead. I was so scared that people would know what I did, and now there's a good possibility they do.
Eurydice, I don't know if I should be the one saying this, but it's something I'm still learning is that past actions don't define who you are right now. Look at all that you've done and what you've become since this moment. Those people only knew that version of Eurydice. You are this dawn bringer, breaker. You are so much more than the past.
How does everyone else look right now?
Lila's just like contemplating it all. And I mean, she looks sad. and she looks like she's definitely like looking in your direction, not like staring you down or anything, just kind of like thinking, collecting her thoughts.
Yeah, Twig's just also kind of in that similar vein of just taking what you're saying, thinking about it. She's kind of slightly looking down, and there is that little slight bit of pause. She would just wordlessly kind of move over to Eurydice and just hug her.
Yuri will hug her back. I was so worried that you'd know and that you'd just never want to be around me again. I mean, that's not the kind of person you want to be around or you deserve to be around. I've wanted to be better. I've tried to be better every single day since then.
I like being around you. I wouldn't want to not have you around.
It's
And
honestly just
I know
kind
you're
of
a good person as well. Even if you were angry, you're still a good person, right?
I try.
honestly, it's hard to believe it. Like, I believe you. I can tell you mean everything that you say. But it's surprising. I don't see it in you. And I can tell you're not whatever you were in that moment back then.
I think I've changed a lot since then. That was 2 years ago. Even more so now. And even since meeting you guys, I've changed, so God knows how different I am to what I was then. I want to make it better, but I've also felt so bad for lying to you guys for the whole time because I felt like knowing this person, but I was giving you some kind of front, like it wasn't real. I guess knowing this and still not hating me is a really great step.
I said from the beginning, we're in this together, Eurydice, and I meant that. I still do.
I'm with you, and we're gonna get through this. All of us.
Because I don't think I could do it on my own. I think I've said that before, but it's still very true.
Well,
Been avoiding coming back here for a long time.
and the thing is, darling, you don't have to do it by yourself. It's not even an option anymore, I don't think.
It's not.
No. I don't think I could get rid of you guys if I tried.
Nope, we're stuck here. Well, not here, but with you.
Yeah, you can't get rid of me that easy.
Yeah. I don't know, I just, I guess we just get there and we see what we can do about this darkness and avoid my aunt.
Oh, don't worry. You know me. I can run my mouth. So if she comes around, just let me know. I'll handle it.
Hey, you've proved that you can talk to strangers that we meet quite a bit.
I'll make it work.
Thank you. This is... I don't know. I thought there would be a lot of anger and hating me, and that I maybe wouldn't have any friends anymore. It's gone way better than that. So that's great. Sorry, I ramble a lot when I get nervous.
It's all right.
Why don't I go and get everyone something to eat? Oh, I guess it's delivered, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll get us all something to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You ready to see? Just take some time. Relax a little bit in this strange place. There's a bath. I don't know.
Okay.
We're gonna get through this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Alf will kind of give a smile and yeah, he'll go get some drinks for everyone.
Yeah, about as you're
Apple
getting
juice for Twig.
as you're walking
Oh, yeah,
down the
absolutely.
stairs to the common room, you can see that Helena and 3 other of the barmaids are walking up with platters of food and drinks. Yeah.
Oh, they're so nice. Okay.
Yeah. So,
He'll just kind of turn around and lead the way back up then.
yep. And they bring the food in. They set the food and drinks down. And Helena, she sets and she says, "Well, there is that for you." The half orc woman kind of tugs at her long braid a little bit and says, I just had a quick question. That blonde-haired man, Alistair, is he with all of you?"
I wouldn't
He-
say with us, but
Yeah.
now looks to Lila.
We're just helping him hitch a ride.
Oh, all right. He's got a lovely voice. That's all I was going to say. He bought a lute off someone, and he's been performing in the common room. It's been nice to have some sound down there.
Huh.
Maybe we should go and listen to him for a bit. If he's actually good.
That sounds nice.
Of course. Whatever you wish.
Before you go, sorry, this may sound really strange, but passed a kind gentleman on our way in and was just getting some information on, Newtown. Is there anything you could tell me about the White Cloaks? They seem to be making quite the presence around here.
Yes. Things have been a little tense as of late. That's it's no surprise. The children of the flame pass through. Kind gents, really. I'm sorry, is there something specific you're looking for? Just
No, I was just wondering. Seems like things just kind of stirred up a bit since they've arrived. That Nigel guy out back? What's his deal?
Nigel attacked someone, and we're still waiting on some of the guards to show up to take him away to some place where he won't hurt anyone. Best we have are some cages, but it's keeping him safe for a while. For his own sake and for those around the town.
Wouldn't it be a problem if my friends and I spoke with him just to kind of maybe see if there's anything we could do to help?
Of course. Just make sure you keep your distance. He's
a bit ferocious. I suppose I'll say that much.
No, will do. Thank you. But let's go listen to our friend sing, I guess.
Okay. Alrighty. Cool. So, with that, all of you take up maybe a couple snacks, just a little bit, maybe some bread, some of the drinks down with you. And you can see common room is not necessarily as packed as some of the taverns and inns that you've seen on your journey here, but it is definitely more packed now. And you can see that Alistair must have just finished one song as the maybe 20 or 30 patrons in here sort of clap and smile. And he says, "Oh, thank you so much. I'm so thrilled that you're enjoying the music. And thank you to the kind gentleman who was leaving town who decided he didn't need it anymore, so that way I could actually have an instrument to play, right?" Well, what do we say to another one, right? And he'll smile, and the other musicians, they will, or the other patrons, they'll sort of settle in and listen. And he says,
Dear ladies and sirs, excuse me, one moment, please. I, Cyrus the Bard of
and he offers to perform one more time.
requests are always welcome. However, tonight, rather than frivolity and tales of great heroes like before, these strangers have come requesting.
And the play, it didn't work how I wanted it to. It was supposed to just start with the song. Damn. That's okay.
See, hold on.
Oops.
Revenant is a vengeful spirit
Nice intro.
from the very
Yeah.
race.
Yeah.
Nothing to be afraid of if you are
Yeah.
a kind soul. But you
Did
see,
I
this
just come
kind
back
soul is burdened with
to this?
anger whose purpose
Yes.
is to fight and serve its own brand of vengeance against those who have wronged them.
It was supposed to cut the
there is much to learn from the past.
this part.
Gather close to
but
the
that's
fire
fine.
tonight, friends.
Well.
For beyond there is no
Oh,
and the darkness steals the very light.
I'm gonna mute myself.
You can see him a much more dulcet and calm tune compared to the more jaunty one that he would have done before.
My heart is stone. How do I live? He took my life, my wife, and all I've ever known.
Yeah. And you can see that as he performs in this particular instance, no plucking or strumming, but he just sings. And
Is he free?
as you can hear, he has a very nice voice.
Do I hold him, or does he own?
Alistair and I have very, very, very different ranges. But he
Howard.
I have no home, for I am revenant, and revenant means alone. The night will come, I'll bide my time. He'll fall asleep, and his fire will burn one last time. His life is mine, the dead repay. I'll find her grave, and by her I will stay until I've gone. I'll have no home, for I am revenant. I must always be alone.
with that, he finishes, and as a final flourish, just gives one sad strum away at the instrument within his hands. And there is a melancholy reaction from the audience, to say the least. They do lightly clap. And you can see that definitely a different side of Alistair than what you've seen before, as he smiles and says, "Yes, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Song means a lot to me. Anyway, I think that we should get some more drinks in us and bring the energy back up, right?" Oh, of course, of course. Yes, here. I need to handle something outside real quick, and then I will be right back to give some more performances. And he smiles and sort of swings the lute around his back and is going to step outside.
Trigger's gonna get her wild companion summoned again, and just tell it to follow him out. She's not trying to like gain anything, but just to give him a little comfort, because you can kind of sense that wasn't just stepping out to do business.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. So yeah.
Do we want to go see Nigel now?
Maybe?
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. Sure, he's just out back, right?
Yep.
Think so.
Yeah, enough will stand and wait for everyone else, and yeah, he'll head that way as long as everyone else is on board.
Let's go.
Okay. So all of you head out and begin to head back towards the back of the building, where you can see that the large barn is constructed. And Twig, obviously, you would be well informed Mm-hmm.
Like, does it seem like lycanthropy or something else?
Go ahead and make a, we'll say history check for this.
Okay. A 12.
12. You have heard of, there are some individuals that aren't necessarily infected with lycanthropy, but they are cursed in one way, shape, or form with a more bestial appearance. So Lila would be familiar with the concept of a shifter, which is somebody who's sort of like infected or cursed kind of in the same way as a tiefling, but with more primal savagery as opposed to infernal nature.
About getting curse vibes?
It's a little hard to tell, especially with a with that roll.
With a 12.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you're not sure. It could just be an advanced form of lycanthropy, or it could be something more. He could be a shifter, but he wasn't before, so that would be strange. There's a lot of variables right now.
If she... I know it's a feral animal, but is there any... She could probably ask for help, but she kind of wants to try and use remove curse. But it's a touch spell, so she would have to get her hands on it.
Okay.
So
Wait,
I'm
let me see
guessing
if I
he
have hold
doesn't-
person.
I do have hold person, but I can't do it at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'll check if I have it, and then we can try and save you.
She'll kind of, after like looking at it, she'll say, I think there's something I could maybe try, but I would need to be able to touch him, and I don't think he will let me right now.
I mean, I could use one of my spells to keep him still, and then hopefully it'll work, and you can touch him without getting yourself hurt.
Worth a shot.
Okay. Yuri is gonna cast Hold Person on this kid.
Okay. So that's a wisdom saving throw, right?
I think so. Let me check. Yeah, it's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
And the DC is 15.
15. Okay, so on your casting, that's going to be a 17 to the roll. It does not work. And you can see immediately, knowing where that magic is coming from, lunges towards the cage and begins to shake it and try and rip and move the cage closer towards you. Just grunting and growling and barking at you, Eurydice, as the spell fails.
Or I could just reach my hand in there and then need a manicure very soon.
If you get at the edge of where he's reaching, and just touch him as little as you need to.
Listen, I could try and grab him and hold him.
No. You don't need to do that. It'll be okay. I don't want anyone else to get hurt.
I mean, sweetheart, I am pretty strong. I think I can restrain him pretty all right if you want to give me a chance. Plus,
I can help you with that. I'm
Okay.
gonna let you do it by yourself.
all right.
Thank you, guys.
Blossom kind of looks you up and down.
Nalfian
Nalfian.
is-
Let's do it.
He's gonna take his old cloak though and kind of tear it and wrap it around Blossom's arm first,
Mm-hmm.
and then his own, just in case this thing tries to bite either one of them.
Okay. Yeah. So, with that, go ahead and. Would you want Blossom to make the athletics check with advantage? Because she does have a +9.
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I'm a Dexy boy.
Blossom is
Thank you, boy.
strong. She has expertise in
Yes,
athletics.
she does. Yes, she does.
God.
Oh, okay. Well,
Well,
that's advantage,
Advantage.
though.
Like,
That's better.
19.
Hey.
Okay. All right. 19. So you can see with a 19, she's able to, as the arm is reaching out, she grabs the arm, and Nalthine, you can see in a split second that head is coming straight towards her to like bite at her arm. And you take the last remaining bit of your cloak and sort of wrap it around the mouth, almost like a muzzle, and grab it and pull it back as the creature's just sort of straining. Blossom looks to you and says, "Thanks, I'm glad you decided to help. That was great."
Lila, go.
All right, she'll scoot on up and then like right on like his neck or like arm or
Yeah.
chest or something. She'll place her hand and try remove curse.
Okay. As you reach in, you can see that with his head bent to the side and back, you can see that near his veins on his neck, there is this sort of like blackened quality to them, where there does seem to be some type of infection that is right around there that was really hard to see because of the hair and fur sprouting from his chin, sort of covering that area. But with it pulled back, you can immediately grab towards it, cast Remove Curse, and you can feel the removal begin to take place, but something is resisting it, and I'd like you to make a wisdom check for me, okay?
Sure. Wisdom. A 15.
15. Okay. 15 is enough. As you go to cast it, you can feel whatever magic was there begin to seep towards your fingers. But luckily, strong enough in your faith, strong enough in your knowledge of your own magic, you repel it, and you can feel the curse shatter and break.
Nice.
And you can see Nigel sort of fall back onto his back and begin to groan. No longer bestial, no longer aggressive, no longer angry, just unconscious. Did that work?
I think it looks like it.
He just looks like he needs different kind of care now. But he doesn't look like he's gonna attack. Maybe we should take him out of this cage.
I can go ask for the key from Helena.
Alright. Lila, you feel confident, right? Before we let him out.
We could try talking to him, but I felt it leave him and then it shatter, but I don't know how he's doing.
Alistair kind of nods and allows you to finish discussing this, and is gonna run to go to the inn to get the key.
Yuri is gonna reach through, and she's gonna use the Dryad's ring that she has to just heal him a bit and see if that helps him wake up and feel a bit better.
Mm-hmm. You can see as you touch and cast the spell, he kind of... and he rubs his head. What happened?
Hello.
Oh.
How are you feeling?
You can see he kind of looks at the cage he's in. I'm feeling fine, but why am I in a cage?
You were under some sort of control, and the town had to make sure you didn't hurt anyone, but I think we fixed you.
Oh. What, and you see him kind of blink and shake his head. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. You can see the one thing that has sort of remained, while some of the mats of hair are beginning to fall off a little bit, especially the more unnatural things. His spine is more straight now. The fingernails that were there that were more bestial kind of fall off and onto the ground. But there still is that sort of golden tint to his eyes that has remained. Oh. The last thing I remember is... there was
There was a man who came to my farmhouse. He was, tall. He had a very wide-brimmed hat. Bandages over his eyes. He told me that there was, something that I needed to see outside. And that was it.
How are you feeling now?
I feel fine, I suppose. A little sore. And very hungry.
Are you from here?
No, I'm from Macavia, south of Takia. I grew up there.
Just. Are you passing through then? Or.
No, I just wanted a new home. Ever since the war, home hasn't exactly been most peaceful. There are some people trying to break away from the Empire and others who wish to strengthen their bonds to the flame, and I just wanted to get away to someplace more peaceful. It seems like
And it's just you out here? No friends, family, or.
Oh, I came by myself. I made friends in the village. There was a bard who came through maybe 6 or so months ago. He was a little smelly, so I took him in and let him clean himself and rest for a few days. But we had some very nice conversations after he was better. Alistair, I think his name was. And of course, what was the, sorry, my brain's a little foggy. There was a farmer who lived a few hours from me, Delbert. Yes, Delbert. I'm a halfling man.
Both kids.
Yeah, that's the one. I wish that I had as many field hands as he did. It'd make my job a lot easier.
Well, Alistair's here. He's gone inside to get a key to get you down. So.
They told me he was never coming back to this, as he so eloquently put it, shithole.
Well,
I guess.
We just happened to be passing through with him, and he spoke quite highly of you. So we'll get you down, get you something to eat, and you're free to go home.
And you see him genuinely smile, like such a big, kind of dorky smile at the idea of home after being just kind of lost and just not knowing where you are and missing like that. And you can see after a moment he smiles and he's about to say something, and you can see Alistair kind of like burst into the barn and say, all right, so there's a bit of a problem. I went in to go get the key, and there were these really, really, really fucking mean-looking guys. They were all dressed in white, they had plate armor, and they kept asking about where's the dark friend, where's the dark friend, where's the dark friend? And Helena was kind of confused. She was like, what do you mean? I don't know where there's a dark friend. And
Slow down, relax. Just don't say anything else. What did you say to them?
I didn't say anything. I listened for a while, and they said, the feral one. Apparently they had intercepted the message that was meant for
the god in Hearthcrest.
Okay. Yuri immediately looks at Nigel. Is like, okay, just stand to one side a little bit, and she's gonna kind of grab the lock, and she's just gonna try and Eldritch Blast it.
Okay, yeah.
With it in her hand.
The two Eldritch Blast immediately knock the chain, the lock off the chain, and the kennel door kind of opens. And at that moment, as soon as you shoot it off, as the lock comes clattering down, you can hear a voice say,
Well, so, more than just one dark friend in the village of Midglen, is it? It's a pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Child Crolin. Do you have any final words before you're baptized in the flame?
as this older,
I think you're mistaken, friend.
this older
It's a
man.
really big misunderstanding.
You can see he has like
Yes.
what maybe at one point would have been a blonde hair and beard, now starting to turn white, wearing like full plate armor, longsword at his side that is already beginning to glow like white hot with flame.
He says, so then what exactly am I supposed to make of this then?
We were helping him.
This man
was
was
cursed and helped him.
infected. Lila here can explain. She is of the College of Hearthcrest after all. She knows exactly what she's talking about.
Yes, I examined him and it seemed like he was infected, so I broke the curse.
And as you can see, there's no more infection, and he is no longer feral.
You know what is interesting about Dark Friends and Shadowspawn? How convincingly deceitful they can be. Our commanding officer has made it very clear that any sight of Dark Friend should be rooted out. So, I can understand if you lived in the same village as him, and you wanted to try and save your friend. But what I can tell you now is if he was your friend, he no longer is. I have direct orders.
Look, we know Dark Friends way more than you ever will. We take care of them. You're just bullies.
Lila.
No, we're not. No, how dare you? We're not lying and we're here to help.
I have direct orders
From?
Child Cindered Hunt.
Well, I'd like to see these orders. If they're so direct, why aren't they in writing?
Would you like to speak with him?
So how can you prove that he's a dark friend?
Look at him. He looks not. He's just a person. You have no proof that he's a dark friend.
There's a difference between dark friends and, what was it, lycanthropy? Is there not? What, do you guys just go around accusing anybody who has some type of illness of being a dark friend suddenly? No
It's
way to run
incredible
things.
How naive you can be about the ways of the world. Tell me,
Oh, friend,
are you familiar
you don't want to question me.
with the 13 Forsaken?
Like you wouldn't believe.
Well then good, then you should know of Father Parido then. Do you?
We've read about him.
Ah, read about him. I have met him on the field of battle. Yes. Seen him firsthand. See, Father Parido is known to have an ability to infect those that he comes in contact with the same sickness that harbors in him. Something akin to lycanthropy, but different. The most notable factor, aside from a more feral nature, sharpened claws and arched spine, is that of golden eyes. So if you are so familiar with the 13, then you should know what I speak is true. And if you doubt me, we can rechain him, and you can speak with Dravenhunt directly, should you choose. Or you can let me do my duty and allow
He's
the world to
been
be cleansed of
helped,
the
though.
darkness.
It's not right if he's okay now.
We reversed Parido's work. We're on your side.
Maybe if you could get Dravenhunt to look at him, he'd be able to see, right? See that he's okay?
You see, I was going to make his end quick and easy. But Dravenhunt will make sure that he feels pain. But if that is what you wish for him, I would be more than happy to accommodate.
This is a fucking sham. You all just throw your weight around. Is that it?
We do what we do in the name of the light. In the name of the first flame.
Killing
of
innocent
Nalthea
people.
Taman, we do what is necessary to protect the world from the Dark One.
You're not doing what is necessary. You're being irrational. You're being mean. This is a kid. And what, you want to just kill him like that? You didn't even think before you walked in here.
He's a
You
young man,
immediately
old
threatened
enough
us.
to own property.
Alright, listen. You have mages, magic users. Why don't you have one of your own inspect him? See if that darkness, that sickness is truly gone. I shouldn't have to tell you how to do your job. But maybe if you take a second to think and look. And if that sickness is still there, then... But Lila broke it. She broke the curse. Are you afraid to look?
I'm not afraid to look, but it's not my specialty.
Well, great. Grab someone whose it is. You don't have anyone with you?
You see, instead of just doing what I feel and throwing all caution to the wind, I make sure that everything is done correctly. Dravenhunt
Right.
is the best at this out of all of us. If you all would like to wait in the tavern with me, I will have him come here to investigate the boy's wounds and see if the curse has truly been cured.
As long as we can meet, at least me and Twig can be there to watch him do it. Because we also understand how this stuff works too. We just want to make sure there's nothing shady going on with you guys.
Not that we think there would be anything. Just... well... I don't think there's anything wrong here, so... It should be okay, right? It's not like anything needs to happen to him.
Little one, I'm going to be very honest with you. The Dark One is able to root out any sense of weakness in any person and bend them to his will. Doubt is his greatest weapon. Fear is his greatest weapon. He will do whatever it takes to bend each and every person to his will. I have no fear, I have no doubt. But if it aids all of you,
Now looking to the rest of you.
in knowing that what we do is right, and not done out of fear, then so be it. But I recommend that none of us act harshly or rashly, as it will only end poorly.
I agree. And like my friend said, we're all on the same page, right? We just want to make sure what is done right.
And so it will be. Now please, reattach the chain and come with me.
The chain is still intact after Yuri blasted it.
Yeah, we could say that you maybe blasted like one of the links and blew that away, so you could easily just re-link it and just sort of twist it together and lock it.
And I make it look like it's locked.
Is that what you want to do?
No, fine. She'll lock it.
Okay.
Cringe.
You lock it.
Everything's cringe right now. I don't know what to do.
So
I'm gonna
with
pop
that,
this guy a new one.
the 5 of you will follow me and will go inside.
Right. Lead the way.
With that, all of you can see that when Child Crowlin came in, Alistair was next to the door and kind of just tucked in. And you all can see Alistair, but judging from how he addressed all of you, Child Crowlin does not know that Alistair is behind the door.
Alfie didn't see anything.
Nope.
No.
I mean, as we're getting let out, Twig's not going to say anything because she's not a bitch. But catching, I guess, for Alistair. So he's still just lingering there.
Yeah, he is.
Twig will just, as they're heading out, just softly, like, shake her head no. She doesn't want to draw any attention, obviously, so Crowlin can see that there's something going up. But Twig's just like, let's just play this by the book and everything will be okay.
Alistair gives you a very sad look.
Nalfian's gonna take Twig by the hand if he looks at her and pull her closer to him. And he'll meet his eyes.
Okay. So with that, the 5 of you exit, head back to the inn, followed by Child Crowlin, and you can see 7 other children of the flame, white cloaks, linger outside of the entrance of the tavern, each one of them having armored horses that are currently tied up. And you can see Child Crowlin says,
I want 3 of you to patrol around that barn for the rest of the evening. Take shifts. No one is to come in or out. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir.
they all agree, and they all begin to make their way over. They light torches around the entirety of the space and slowly begin to patrol. And with that, he turns to all of you and says,
I'll send a raven for him. He'll be here in the morning. Currently in Wheat Hill, it's not that long of a ride. He's been in there for 3 days now. He can stand one more night.
Nalf just nods.
all right. Okay. So, with that, all of you head into the Great Stag Inn, sit down, and there's maybe an hour or two that passes as all of you are just sort of... would you have headed back up to your room or sat in the common room?
Is he gonna allow us to go up to our room?
We're meant to stay in the common room, right?
No, he
Like
would
it's
allow
better
you.
to try and leave.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I think Yuri'd want to stay with him anyway because she doesn't trust him.
So yeah, Yuri, you can
Big's
stay down in the
uncomfy,
common
she
room.
wants to go up.
Lila would go take a bath.
There you go.
Wash away all this bullshit.
Okay. All right. So a couple hours pass, and Nalfian, did you want to do something?
No.
Okay.
I feel like he would kind of spend his time going between upstairs and downstairs.
Okay.
Just keeping an eye on things.
Yeah, and you can see Child Crowlin just orders some food and begins to eat. Places his sword on the table next to him. Every once in a while takes a sip from a mug of ale. Smiles at you whenever you come down. Not in like a dicky way, just trying to be, you know. It comes off in a dicky way, but it's not like a sneer, you know? Like
Yeah,
it's-
no, I mean,
yeah.
he doesn't like the way he looked at Twig, so Nalf's just kind of giving him a stank eye. But...
No, that wasn't Child Crowlin. That was Alistair, who looked at Twig sadly.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's different then. Sorry, I was very confused then.
Yeah, no. Child Crowlin did talk condescendingly to Twig.
Yeah, not a fan.
Yeah.
Okay, well, like I said, just kind of up and down, but that's it.
So with that, a couple of hours pass. And eventually, Nalfian, probably on your downturn, and Eurydice, as you're sitting down there as well, Blossom would be upstairs with Twig as well, maybe playing Kingdoms and Castles or something, just to kind of pass the time a little bit. Eventually, the two of you, Nalfian and Eurydice, you can see Alistair re-enter after about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And Child Crowlin kind of look at him, perplexed look on his face, and says,
Didn't I see you here earlier?
Yes, you did. I'm performing here tonight. Well, I was performing here tonight. It's a little late now. I mean, I can do something real quick if you'd like. Do you like poetry? You seem like a poetry type of guy to me. I don't know what it is. I think it's the beard.
You left for what? How long was that? 2.5 hours?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. You see... Well, and he's going to sit down with him.
You see, friend, I'm going to let you in on a little trade secret here. Do you know the best parts about being a bard?
Well, you see, sometimes when you give a good enough performance, you get a couple of, what most people like to call groupies, who are like, hey, you know, I'd like to get to know you a little bit better. And, well, sometimes not only do I give one good performance a night, but I give two. You know what I mean? And you can see Child Crowlin just kind of roll his eyes and wave his hand away. Well, you are fantastic. I love the curl to the mustache. It suits you so well. You are lovely. Maybe a shaved head would be nice. I don't know. The hair, it's thinning a little bit. I don't know. It's up to you. But all right. Well, have a good night. And he kind of gets up and walks away as Child Crowlin just kind of grumbles and goes back to eating his stew. And-
Yuri gives him a look like, don't walk up to us, don't walk up to us.
Oh
just
yeah,
go
no.
upstairs.
He just kind of like looks. He looks at you and says, "Oh, hello, fair maiden. I was, you know what, not my type. Sorry." And we'll walk up to the bar and just kind of sit down and be like, please, one wine, please. I'd love one. Thank you so much, to Helena. And slowly begins to sip away as it's delivered.
So we're waiting.
Okay. So with that-
So from our room, do we have a window, and is the window to the back? Can we see anything?
the window sadly is not to the back. The window looks over sort of the common area of the village.
All right.
I mean, I guess if it gets late enough, is this dude just gonna like chill here till morning, or is he gonna go get a room?
No, he would get a room as well, but then there would be another guard who would replace him. And
Interesting. Okay.
yeah.
Eventually, Nalfian would encourage Eurydice to come upstairs and just leave them.
Okay. She would.
Staring. Okay, because staring them down's not going to help right now.
No.
And when they get upstairs, just kind of responding to what she said. Maybe it's just a side effect, and they will find that he's okay. But we have to also be honest with ourselves if there is something else wrong that cannot be fixed. I don't think there's anything we can do about it.
How much grace are they going to give this kid? Guy, he
Those
don't really see
fuckers
the other one.
don't. I mean, if they're serious about giving him a chance, if he really is cured, and if they're these great fucking honorable people, they should honor that, right?
But we
But
know
if
that some
not-
of them don't, so.
I don't know. There's a lot of them out there. And these are the kind of people we don't want to be pissing off.
These kinds of people are supposed to be my people somehow, something. And they won't give him a proper chance. Something tells me they won't. I mean, he walked in there accusing us of so being dark friends 2 seconds of seeing us. What use am I as the Dawnbreaker if stuff like this can still happen?
Do you think they would listen to you?
I don't know if they believe me.
I would just be afraid that they would accuse you of being a dark friend.
Yeah. I don't have a lot of ways to prove it, and the ways that I do, I was told to kind of keep a pipsy.
I don't think we can make any decisions until this asshole gets here.
Yeah.
Watch yourself, though. We can't have both of us being too hot-headed. And Lila, she's
Yeah,
got a
that was surprising. Yeah. No. Promised to not be stupid. So, got to honor that.
Yeah. Let's go see how they're doing.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So you head back up to your room, eventually opening the door. At this point, it's probably 10, 11 o'clock at night. So at this point, I'm sure Twig is asleep. Blossom just kind of pacing, waiting for the two of you to return again. What would Lila be doing at this time? Would she have headed to sleep already too, or?
No, she'd probably still be awake, thinking a lot, probably writing some stuff down, not only for like her dissertation because this is good information, but also just like trying to like keep everything like tracking like the experience that she had with like the curse, so that when this dude does come, she can clearly state like what happened, and hopefully that would help.
Yeah. Okay. So as all of you re-enter, you see Eurydice and Nalfian enter as well. So we have our 4 adults now awake and in the room.
Lila, do you think that if something is wrong with him still, that he could be helped?
I don't know how he wouldn't be. We would just need someone with stronger magic than I have right now, or a stronger connection to a god. Because what I was able to do wasn't even like the full strength that I think I have, but it's the only knowledge I have right now. I'd have to, if it was me, I'd have to do more research and more training, but I know there's someone else who could, if not me.
Right. Maybe someone at the college?
Oh, yes, definitely at the college, or even just another worshiper with a strong enough faith. Really, it could be anybody. I just don't know if they're going to listen.
Right. I worry. Remember that thing I said about picking your fights? This is one of them.
But
I don't
here's
agree
the
with
thing.
anything.
Yeah,
Go on.
and there's going to be bunches of them in Wheat Hill, and they're going to be fighting these quote unquote dark friends that we're apparently also supposed to be fighting. But if it's these people, like just products of someone else's work, what are we about to be walking into?
I don't know.
I have a feeling if this doesn't get better with this other dude coming, then this is not going to go away. Like we're just going to be going into a bigger, messier situation with these white cloaks.
Be why Asmodeus told me to just basically leveled. He said that it's too far gone there, that work. I don't believe him. I believe we can do something about it, but that's what he told.
Fanatical people will hide behind their so-called faith and use that as a shield to rid themselves of any guilt for any of this. And I think you all already know that. I don't want to put a bigger target on our backs.
Did Alistair, was he able to help in any way? Do we know?
At that point, you can hear a knock on the door, and you can hear very loudly Alistair say, "Oh, fairest maiden of the reddest flame, I regret the words that I said to you earlier. Please allow me the sweet chance to embrace you in my arms. It would do me the greatest service of my life if you could grant me something
Here he
so
goes
sweet."
and opens the door. Okay, come on.
Sorry, I'm just trying to play up the act. And he kind of he comes inside. All right, so you know how we're really good friends at this point? Like, we're so chummy. We just have a great relationship.
Let's say yeah.
All the great memories we've had. You bought me this toy. Somebody
What
put
is
mud
it?
on my back, and then I put it through my hair. Yeah.
Alistair, what is it?
I didn't set him free, but I did pick the lock.
And he knows?
I told him yes. I said if he doesn't want to risk it, he can leave. And that fucking guy with the beard, he saw all of you lock it, so he knows that you did that. He saw you lock it. I'm the one who came in 2 hours after he had already left. I probably smelled of barn, so unless he's that much of
Which means
an ingrate that he doesn't
he
know.
knows it's going to be you.
Exactly, and at that point tomorrow morning I'll make sure that I'm far enough away that it doesn't matter. Haven't paid my debts in Hearthcrest so far, so what's a month or two more? I
We
just
can try to leave as soon as possible, and then you don't have to go on your own.
But you see, I would feel terrible because then you all would be culpable in a crime that I committed, and I wouldn't feel good about that. Because you all have been, for the most part, nothing but nice to me, aside from the one bit with the horse in the mud, which I forgive you for. Albert? Albert? Yeah, Albert.
Nalfian, but yeah,
Nalfian? Wait,
we'll explain on another time.
like the Highland Pass people?
Yuri drops the disguise. Hi.
Oh, fuck, I'm such a fucking asshole. Oh, my fucking god.
Don't worry.
Holy fucking shit, I'm so sorry. If I would have known, I would not.
All right,
Oh
Twig
my...
is sleeping in the other room. Lower your voice.
I'm so sorry. Fuck. That's... Fuck.
Hey. It's alright.
Listen,
but-
if we try to leave in the morning, that's gonna look bad. We don't have a choice but to play this out straight and narrow. If we leave, they will follow us, and we don't want them going with us to Wheat Hill. That is a whole nother slew of issues that we don't need to have. We have no control over what Nigel chooses to do. We just have to play our part. We have done nothing wrong here. And hopefully one of those assholes down there will understand that. Nigel hasn't done anything wrong either. And if this curse is truly broken,
Then nothing to worry
hopefully they will see that.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. I can't claim to know anything about these people other than seem like assholes who kind of just do what they want.
Mhm.
But powerful assholes that we don't need following us around and watching us breathing down our necks.
Alright. Got a plan. So, if Nigel chose to leave because he got scared, couldn't blame him. If Nigel chose to leave, some of you, one of you, I'm assuming has like communication magic, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You send me a message saying situation is screwed. Need to get out now. Because right, they'll just blame me because they saw that I was there, I was covered in barn gunk, and people in the village would know that Nigel was nice to me that one time, so I return the favor. I steal one of their horses. I know I wouldn't steal, but this seems like a reasonable circumstance. If I steal one of their horses, more of a reason to come after me. And I go. And then all of you, scot-free. Nigel's alright. You've proven that you're willing to cooperate with them. And then I just have to run for a little bit longer. Been doing it for a while. Kind of used to it now.
Is it obvious that the lock's been picked? Will they know the moment they go to look at him?
No. And I picked it, and I told Nigel that it's up to him. He can either choose to relock it after I leave, or he can, you know, open it and get the fuck out of there, you know? So,
Why don't you just take some money, leave now, go towards Wheat Hill, and then we can meet you later? Right, and either way, you're safe enough. Right?
I mean, I guess...
Actually, what I can do, it doesn't matter which direction you want to run in, or if you do still want to come to Hearthcrest. How much is your debt? I'm sure my family can cover it.
Oh,
No, for real. My family got me a boat for a whim that I had.
Nalfian was like, the fuck?
they got you a boat?
Yeah, so my dad's the head of the of one of the heads of Hearthcrest, and my mom's this really, really successful merchant between Hearthcrest and all the surrounding towns. So basically all the trade and everything goes around through her, and Yeah, so I said, hey, Dad, I have a dream and I have a mission and I really want to do it. And he's like, great, honey, I'm going to buy you a boat.
Oh my fucking god, that is... Wow. I'm very
so how
happy for
much?
you, but... God,
Don't question it, just take it, friend.
Yeah.
alright. I owe about 5,000 gold.
I got it. Don't worry.
Okay. I feel like I do have to repay you, though, so I'll probably go to Wheat Hill. Maybe... Oh, I got it. This is how I'll repay you. Obviously, it's not worth about 5,000 gold. I promise I will get that back to you. Promise. But...
Nope,
when
really, it's fine.
But when I get to Wheat Hill, I'll try and get some information on this... I'm assuming since the way he was talking to you, this whole dark friend thing is something that you're in. Don't really want to know why, but I'll get whatever information I can about that, and when you get there, I'll share it with you. Let's see. Whatever the biggest inn is, I'll be staying there, I'll be performing, and believe me, people share about anything with a bard, so I'll have some information when you get there, and that'll at least be one way I'll be able to help.
Yuri would know the name of the biggest inn, wouldn't she?
Oh, yeah, for
Like
sure.
the main one?
Unless it has changed at all, you would definitely know the largest inn, which is, let me look at my little map-o here of Wheat Hill.
Mhm.
Oh no. I always hate it when it's missing in my notes.
No.
Okay, it is the Merchant's Last Coin. That is sort of the biggest one.
Alright, so Merchant's Last Coin
Last
should be the
coin.
biggest. Just go there and then we'll know where to find you.
Okay. All right. I can do. Should I still steal one of their horses? Because honestly, they're kind of fucking assholes, and I'd love to, but I feel like that might.
I don't
Yeah.
steal the horse.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
I won't. I won't.
Just no. And she just
The
gives him
hope is we
30
can-
gold.
The hopes is that we can get away with this without it any fucking problems.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Fine. I just. Oh god, that fucking guy was such an asshole. Oh.
I think you should steal this horse, but whatever.
Hello. You don't need to encourage him.
Like Nalfian said, pick your battles. I guess I'll pick not to have this one. All right. Thank you. And Blossom will be the one to give the money since she's got some bank.
Okay.
She will say, from what Lila said, stories about you tend to leave you coinless. Now, hopefully this is turning of a new leaf. All right? Because if my boy was lost in this world and he kept losing his money and he finally had a chance to make it right, I'd want to make sure that he'd be well off. So hopefully someone give him that same kindness. So I'm going to do you the same, all right? If something bad happens, remember, you are still somebody's son, so you're going to get out of there and you're going to make sure you're safe and you're going to get far, far, far away, okay? And Alistair kind of is like, yeah, I mean, of course. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't really want to die, so yeah, I'd be more than happy to get out. All right, good. And Blossom is going to take a number of coins and put them in a bag and hand them to him. And they are platinum coins. They are not gold coins. As Blossom is going to hand over 50 platinum to him.
Oh.
Damn.
Which is still only half her money, so it's not a big deal. Twig needs to start putting her teeth under her pillow, even though she's way older than that. Blossom
She's
would
like
put-
literally 16.
Yeah. Well, that's why she doesn't have any money.
Knocks out a tooth.
Can Blossom give Twig some? Man, maybe she should ask. Or be terrible and then get better. Okay, so Alistair kind of nods and he says, all right. Okay, all right. Go team, let's do it.
Let's just hope it goes smoothly.
Okay. All right. We probably don't need to, but just in case they are listening to see what I'm doing in here,
Oh, fuck.
Eurydice, could you just... I can't believe I'm saying this. Could you just yell at me and say, get out of here, you disgusting pig? I can't believe that you would try something like that, you disgusting pig. Heard that one before. That's a direct quote.
You know what? Okay, she's gonna grab him by the back of his collar and walk him over to the door and throw him out. And be like, don't you dare come back here again, you disgusting... How dare you? How dare you? Go away.
Maiden,
Never
please.
talk to me again.
I'm so sorry.
And she shuts the door.
Oh, my heart.
Nice.
Oh.
Thanks.
Oh well. Can't win all of them. And he'll get up, and you can hear him. Walk down the stairs.
She just messages him, good luck, Dave.
What the fuck was that? You can hear that. As a response. Okay, so with that plan laid in place, Alistair sent in advance to Wheat Hill. The rest of you, I'm assuming, settle in for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And once everybody goes to bed, Nalf would want to chat with Blossom quickly.
Yeah, of course. You can see her. She's taken off her armor, her sword, and shield at this point. And you can see her take out what looks to be a small piece of paper of some sort, unfold it. And you can see a small oil painting of some kind of her, Eliza and Theodore, and she kind of smiles at it. Probably this is one of her nightly rituals before she goes to bed every night. You can kind of walk up. She says, "Oh," and folds up the paper and sort of holds it in her hands. Yeah.
Sorry, just... Do you have a few minutes before whatever the shit show's gonna be tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, of course I do. She kind of sets
Sorry, I won't be long.
paper on the sort of little stand next to the bed. You want to go somewhere else, or?
Kind of looks around the room. As long as no one else is in here, it's fine.
Yeah, no, this would be the room for you and Blossom anyway. And then Lila, Twig, and Eurydice would be in the other room.
No, this is fine. Alright, now it's gonna sound weird, and I'm just gonna ask that you don't give me shit for once. And I'm asking genuinely, has there ever been a time where you felt that Theodore I don't know, didn't trust you, was afraid of you? And what did you do about it?
And she kind of... There's a knowing look on her face that she doesn't address. But you kind of get the feeling that she knows exactly what you're talking about. And she says, yeah, there was. Would have been... Oh, geez. A week before I left, maybe. See, I had gotten word from May a couple weeks after everything happened in Highland Pass, once your names got shared around, that I would be going on a mission to just collect information for the Silent Shields. Make sure that all of you were doing the right things, following the right processes, and making sure that the Silent Shields stay updated on what exactly you're doing. Right, that's all stuff you know. Eliza was thrilled for me that I was finally getting my big break in the Silent Shields, able to make a difference finally. Two of us told Theodore. And he was excited at first because he thought he was going to get to come along. He was going to get to see the world. And when we told him that he'd be staying with Eliza, with Mom, he got upset, yeah, but he's a smart kid. He understood, but that same night that we told him he had a nightmare, he woke up screaming and crying. And I'm the lightest sleeper out of Eliza and the two of us, so as soon as I started hearing him groaning, I rushed in and he started screaming. I woke him up. And I tried to talk to him, but he kept pushing away from me, saying how I didn't love him, how I didn't care about him, how I was leaving him, how I hated him. And honestly, it broke my heart. As a parent, you always want to be perfect. You always want to be a place where they can feel safe and secured and happy. And for the next few days, he wouldn't even look at me. He would go out of his way because he thought that I didn't care about him, that I didn't love him, that I wouldn't do anything in the world to keep him safe. I tried to do stuff by myself. You know, buy him gifts, give him things. Do all the things that we used to do together. I didn't want to do any of it with me. He always wanted to do everything with Mama, not with Mom. Till about the day that I left. I sat him down and I said, Theo, I don't know what you saw. I don't know what it was, and I don't need to know what it was. All that I do know is that whatever you saw, whatever you heard, whatever happened to you, that wasn't real. That wasn't me. I'm Mom, not whoever was in that nightmare. And I can tell you right now that Mom would be willing to do anything for you. Anything. Go to the ends of the earth and carry it all on her back as she did it. Because of how much she loves you. And that's the truth. He just kind of stared at me for a little bit. And he started to cry. And he hugged me, and I praised all of the gods that have ever been, that ever were, that ever will be, that are, because at least I knew that before I left, my little man, that he loved me and he wasn't afraid to show it before I left. Now, Theodore, though, is 5. Theodore is a little bit simpler to crack than, say, someone older than him.
Thank you. I just feel, every time I feel like so close. It's 10 steps back. And I don't want to be... I mean... She's almost 16 years old. She's not a kid. But... I don't know, however she was raised, whatever she came from... There's still a part of her that is that kid, and I just feel like all I want to do is protect her, and I also would do anything. I love that sweet girl so much. And I didn't think I could feel this way again. And I know that I am pretty shit sometimes.
You're not wrong.
But this is... Oh well, this is important to me. This night thing is not just a thing. It's not just a title. It's not just a pride thing. It's... I need this. This is my reason for moving forward, and I don't want to be the reason. I don't know. This is not the conversation to be having tonight, and I apologize. I just needed to...
Now, shh, shh, shh. Let me say something very plain for you right now. You are a good man. You are a good knight. And you're a good dad. All right? That little girl does love you, but sometimes teenage girls, things happen. They get angry, they get mad, they get sad, and more pressure just makes things worse. That little girl loves you so much, and she will come back to you. All you gotta let her know is that you love her and that you're here for her. And when she's ready, she'll come back to you.
Yeah, you're right.
I hate it when you look like that. Come here. And she gives you this
No,
very
it's all right.
very tight mom hug where she is just squeezing and like patting your back and like, oh, all right. So when we pull away, you're not gonna have that stupid sad look on your face, all right?
Nah, I'm fine. The look is I'm ready to fucking kill someone downstairs tonight, but...
And she pulls away and she says,
Sorry.
well, there you go. That is a much better look to have on your face. You just have such a beautiful smile, you know?
Oh, well, I know.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank
You know what?
you.
Take back
Thank
every
you.
good thing I said
Thank
about you.
you.
You know what?
No,
Nope. Get out of my face. Go to bed. I don't want to see you anymore. Get out.
Thank you, Blossom. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Sir Doofencockle.
I'm gonna leave now. Good night.
Damn right you are. Oh, you throwing dice down there? Getting angry at Blossom? Okay. Alrighty. So with that, all of you then head to sleep.
Oi, don't eat that.
Oh. With that, all of you head to sleep. And you prepare yourselves for the morning. Now, it is worth noting that your dreams this night are full of scary things. Nothing as direct as it was when you were in that keep, but sort of your smaller fears of closed spaces, of spiders, of insects, things like that. There are just these things that will wake you up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night, but then you fall back asleep, but it wakes you up again. Not to the point of exhaustion, but where you see why people are leaving. To have this happen every single night for 2.5 months, it would start to add up. So all of you eventually wake up in the morning, you get dressed, you get ready, and you head downstairs. Now, as you head downstairs, you can see there are many, many more children of the flame in this bottom area of the inn.
and you can see all of them are sort of clustered around one man in the center. You can see a man that illuminates the entire room. Heads blocking him so you can't necessarily see him. Standing maybe 6'7", 6'8", large horns curling across his forehead, back pointed at each other. This sort of deep onyx charcoal skin, eyebrows, a beard and mustache and long hair, all of this wreathing flame. 2 eyes like motes of fire. You can see him wearing this gleaming white and gold plate mail with a cloak that drags behind him that was once probably a base white that is trimmed in red, but you can see that it is like on fire. Like it is burning away and embering away, but in a way that it's like moving around. And you can see that he turns to all of you and says,
So then, you all must be those who were looking at the Dark Friend, were you? I am Child Cindered Hunt. One who speaks for the Lightbearer himself. So, would you all like to inform us as to why the Dark Friend that you spoke with is no longer in his cage? As you can see that wreath of flame begin to lick and move up around his head, as you can see that there is a visible anger behind his eyes. And on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo! Yay!
Oh God. Oh, Jesus.
D&D! Yay!
We're in so much trouble. I want to scream.
The music is so epic as well.
It is quite epic.
It is called
Quite scary.
epic, dark, sinister, dramatic action music, so I'm glad that it
Yeah,
does the
that's
trick.
accurate.
Okay. Amazing. I should say the full title, since Gemma and Ryan know who this is, he's obviously not a good guy. It's actually called Villain, 1 hour of epic, dark, sinister, dramatic action music. Okay,
Look
anyway.
at the fucking villain.
Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. It was a little bit of a longer session, but there was a lot that had happened, and it was a fun one. So thanks for watching. We will see you either on Tuesday for the Salamander Coast, Friday for the Explorers of Athera, or on next Saturday for the continuation of the Isles of Iverion. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you next time.